Now, should I call you Terry or should I call you Miss Hardin? What's your preferred title here?
Terri Hardin. A
Terry
lot of
Hardin,
people want
whole
to add
thing.
the Jackson, but the Jackson is my married name, and my husband is very low key and incognito.
Oh,
So
Okay.
that's why it's Terri Hardin. Some people say Terri Hardin Jackson. He doesn't like have a meltdown, but the Hardin is to edify my father.
Okay.
So we
Terry
always
Hardin
say
it
Terri
is.
Hardin.
I'm
Yeah.
glad I asked. Terry
I'm
Hardin,
glad
full
you did
title.
too. Thank you.
and we are live.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome to another fantastic episode of Sharing the Magic. We are so excited to be here. We've got a fantastic guest today, Terry Hardin, returning to us to talk about her amazing life. But before we dive into that, we just want to talk about all the people here. So I'm Jackson. I'm today's host. I'm Disneyland Man's Instapics on Instagram. That's the only place you can find me. I'm not very cool. Dawn, how are you doing today?
Hi, I'm great. I'm Dawn from Texas, so howdy. And I'm looking forward to learning something. I always try to take a little nugget from our guest, and it's just fascinating how much we've learned over the years. So welcome.
Mhm. Fantastic. And Venerina, how are you today? I'm hoping to fill your big host shoes that you've left me here.
I have not left any big host shoes. Doing great so far. I'm joining in from Florida and I'm so excited to speak with Terry Hardin.
Fantastic. And then Jeff, how are you doing today?
I'm doing excellent from sunny
Fantastic.
Northern California. Um, been a beautiful couple days, and
Yeah.
yeah. Uh, and I don't know. I give a goofy greeting. I love voices, and so I don't. I'll just do a short one. I don't want to. All right, here. Gorge, plus Terry Hardin. Welcome.
And
I
thank
got to do a
you.
yuck. I forgot my hook. Yeah, there we go.
That's
Welcome,
great.
Well,
welcome back. Welcome back.
Terry
Oh,
Harden,
hey.
it is so glad good to have you back. And I am just freaking out because I've been looking over your life and I've listened to you in some other podcasts you've done, and I just cannot believe that I get to talk to you today. I am thrilled. I am so thrilled. So if we choose a subject that you've already talked about 100 times, please feel free to just skip ads on that and we can just choose a different one. But I've been looking over your life and from Jim Henson Company to Imagineering to working on things like Captain EO and Men in Black. Like you're just like my whole childhood, and it's phenomenal to talk to you. So I just can't wait. Um, so I don't really know where to start, but I did just want to maybe ask you a few questions. I have to just ask this. How was puppeteering for Heidi and Odie? How was that, and how like was it challenging? Was there any hard parts about that on Captain EO? Because I just can't get enough of Captain EO.
Me
Yeah,
too.
it's exciting. That's in a very exciting that was an exciting time. And well, I think my grandfather when I was 9 said all people must work for a living. The wise man plays for a living, and I took that to heart, and I always had a job that I enjoyed, and if I didn't, I bailed. So I was working, I think, I can't remember when the call came through. I remember I was in a studio apartment, and the call came through, and it was production saying, we're looking to have you come down and build, because I'm a builder. I'm a puppet builder too. And they said, we want you to build for this new thing called Captain EO. And so I returned the thing and I said, tell me a little bit about Captain EO. And they said, yeah, it has Michael Jackson. And I went, okay. And then they said, and George Lucas is going to be involved. And I was like, wow, really? This is getting pretty good. And then they said Francis Ford Coppola, and I was like, I'll work for free. Let's go. Because I'm a huge Godfather fan. And it wasn't that I wasn't a fan of Michael Jackson. I knew of him because my mother was obsessed with Michael Jackson. So my mom just kept going on and she's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. So I said, all right, I'm happy to come. Do I have to bring a portfolio or anything? They said, no, no, it speaks for itself. Just come down. We'll show you what we want you to build. So we shot it down in Culver City, Southern California, and we went down there, and I was in the studio, and we were talking about the characters that we were going to have to build, and I was assigned to the Whip Warriors. And so I said, okay, this is fun. And they said, these are the designs. And I said, how are they going to be used? Blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm down at the studio. I get another call at home saying, Terri, we're looking for puppeteers for Captain EO, and we're wondering if you'll return our call. Well, that's at home while I'm in the studio. So I come home and I leave a message and I say, hey, I'm on stage 9. You guys are at stage 11. In case you don't know where that is, step out front, turn left, and walk until you crash into this where I am. And they called again and they said, why aren't you returning our calls? Blah, blah, blah. So on my break, I went in and I went, hey. And everybody looked up. I said, I'm Terri Hardin. You've been trying to reach me. I'm down there building. If you want me to audition for puppets, just go down there where I'm building and come and ask me. So they did. And I actually got Idie and Odie because I could lift them, meaning hold them up for longer than 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, this may not sound like much, but let me explain the difference between normal puppetry a la Jim Henson's work and movie and filmmaking puppetry. A lot of times when puppetry is created by technicians who work in the film industry, they forget that a human being must lift this stuff. So each head of Idie and Odie was 15 pounds.
Oh,
Yeah. May not sound like much when you're holding it like this, but when it's on each arm,
yeah.
could be why I'm having therapy for my shoulder now.
Oh,
But the bottom line was that originally they came and they said, who would you like to perform? And I said, I'm here to serve. Tell me about this. Tell me what's what. Tell me who's what. I haven't seen a script. Blah, blah, blah. And they put me in Idie and Odie and I started to perform them. I knew the builders. Lance Anderson had built them. They were very cool. And I thought, I performed them and did some ad lib with them and whatever. And so they came to me and they said, we'd like you to perform those characters. I also auditioned for Hooter, but of course, Tony Cox was so brilliant. And the thought was there was this woman named Lisa. She was going to be lead puppeteer on it. The puppeteers who were involved were stage puppeteers. So if you were doing something like Fuzzball, no problem. A little light little butterfly and you went like this and you were fine. But to do these other characters, it was very challenging. And also the performers in the costumes, Disney and many productions look at the puppeteer as someone they would rather not mention. Whereas they'll mention the person in the outfit. So the people who are in the outfit, like Tony Cox and Hooter, he was so good. Lisa grabbed that character because he was very much the lead. You could see he was kind of the darling of Captain EO. And so she felt that if she connected with that character, she would get the most time logged. But what happened was Tony was so good that he didn't really need, the puppeteer was in there to create a note. So if the face needed to blink or the trunk needed to do something, she was on standby, but most of the time Tony did it all. Tony did everything. Whereas Idie and Odie were two wonderful ladies, Debbie Carrington and Cindy Griffo, but they were in a three-legged. The character was three-legged, so their legs were tied together, two little people. And to move, it was challenging because they were trying to move like a normal character, but their legs were tied together. And so Disney and production, Francis, decided they would do all the full shots. Anytime they needed a full shot, they used these two ladies. And the heads were like hats. So we had a little bit of radio control where we could blink their eyes and stuff, but they could not emote because it would have been too heavy on the performer. So that's why most of it was me, because if you watch, anytime there are no feet, it's me. So, but this was just the luck of the draw. I took them because I could lift them. At one point they were restricting, and Francis Ford Coppola said, I like what you're doing, but it seems like they there's certain moves you make, Terri, that they kind of go like that. And I said, well, there's this bar that goes from the back neck up into the head, and it's hinged, so it's restricting me.
Mm.
And they said, well, that has to be there. So one of my greatest mentors was Tony Urbano, and he taught me at the Sid and Marty Krofft Puppet School. And we just lost Sid, so I remember telling Sid, I was 18 and I was in your school, and that's what was the changing of my life, was that because you're Sid and Marty Krofft, they brought people to train us that were huge. I learned voices from June Foray. That's like studied with Mel Blanc. I mean, this is like, what? I mean, I'm 18, and people I've heard all my life, and they are there because Sid and Marty Krofft were huge and are huge. So Tony Urbano was my mentor, and he said, when in doubt, break it. If it's not working and people are telling you that the problem is yours, make it work, then accidentally, whoops. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we'll come and fix it. No. I'm a trooper. I'll go ahead and I'll work it. But that's why their dancing is so good, because I snapped that, whatever it was, up the back. And that was Tony just telling me, if you got to do what you got to do to get the job done. But they were heavy, but I had worked on Ghostbusters,
Yeah.
and in Ghostbusters, I'm hanging 40 feet in the air in a stuntman's harness, making Sigourney Weaver's dog work on top of Gozer the Gazarian's building. There is nothing below me. There's a bar for my feet, the harness on my body, and my arms in front. And to make the dog work, you stretched out flat and roared and did all this kind of stuff with your whole body. And then you came back down, So they were very heavy characters as well, because they were also movie puppets. So I had already built those muscles because I had worked a lot in film puppets. So I just got lucky. So when Captain EO, when it came along, there I was doing that. And then Angelica Houston refused to do the witch.
Yeah.
High up, she said, I'm only going to go about 5 feet. Get your close-ups, and then I'm out of here. I am not going to hang 20 feet in the air. And they said, well, who are we going to get? And she said, go get that idiot Terri. Go get Terri. Because the girl just seems to never stop. So hang her up there. And that's what they did. They hung me up there, and I was stunt doubling for her in that. And it was
Wow.
really, it was great. 20 feet in the air. And again, my feet behind me, so that the witch looked like she had tentacles coming down, and so all of that was done like that. And so there's all kinds of cool behind the scenes. If you're looking for Easter eggs, while we were rehearsing, we had a table read. And a table read is when you first get the script and everybody comes together and you're going to read through the script and find out who's doing what.
Right.
Francis Ford Coppola, which just saying that feels weird. Francis Ford Coppola let us all know that he always does improvisational theater with his performers. And so that was expected of all of us. And then he said, we're going to sit down here and we're going to read, and then I will further explain what's next. So he said, if you are a suit performer and there is any dialogue, like Tony read for Hooter, and then the girls did the scratch track for Heidi and Odie, they did other voices later. Other voices were put in there later. Anyway, long story short, Michael walked in, and there was only one seat left, and it was right here. I almost lost it because I kept saying, Lord, please let me not be an idiot in front of Francis Ford Coppola. And Francis walked up in Bermuda shorts and said, hi, I'm Francis. I said, hi, I'm Terri. And he turned around and he walked away, and I went, Ford Coppola. You need to sit down. Wow. So Michael's sitting next to me, and he says to Francis, Francis, can I record this table read? And Francis says, of course, Michael, of course. So one of three men that I had no idea who they were, ran forward with a tape recorder and
Mm-hmm.
went pushed play and was pushed record and was gone. And I turned to Michael and I said, "What was that?" And Michael looked at me and went, that was it.
Oh my God.
So we start to read. Everybody starts to read. And in my case, because I'm a puppeteer, I had no lines.
Mhm.
And so I just sat and listened. And then all of a sudden, Michael started to stumble over his words. He started to become confused. And I turned over and there's all these pages. And he's kind of like, and so guy number 2 comes in and hands them to Michael, all nice and neat. And I look at him and I go, "Really?" And he looks at me and goes, I'm just like,
I love it.
whatever. So then we start to get a little further. And hold on just a minute. Anytime I do strong gestures, my watch thinks I've fallen. But anyway, please cancel that fall. I am just an over-exuberant.
Everyone, she's okay. She's all right.
She's on the
I
podcast.
have
She's
not
fine. She's
moved.
fine.
Aren't
Yeah.
you listening to this
Don't-
live? We're good.
Don't wear it while you're doing yoga, puppetry, whatever you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just anyway, it's just hilarious. But anyway, so third time, Michael starts to read and he starts to and the third person comes and juice is set right in front of Michael. And then they're gone. And I go, "That's it." I look at Michael and I go, "Okay, that's it." I said, "What is going on with you?" And he says, like this. And I go, no. Don't give me that giggly thing. Why every time you burp, there's like a thing in front of you. Now you've got juice. I said, wait a minute. Maybe you're magical. That must be it. Michael Jackson, magical. So I'm going to try it. So I went, and I went, "Well, where's my juice?" And he starts laughing and he says, "You're funny." So that's how we introduced ourselves.
Yeah.
And then during improvisation, we, for those of you who don't know what improvisation is, everyone's given a secret. People are divided up into groups, and we were the kids. All the puppeteers were the children. Michael was the camp counselor, and Angelica Houston was the owner of the camp. So the secret was we were not to mind our camp counselor. Our camp counselor had to get us to mind because he was going to be fired and Angelica Houston was coming to fire him. And so action. So we start to do our thing. We're pulling on Michael. "Michael, we love you." Blah, blah. And he's like, calm down. If you don't settle, you might lose your counselor, whatever, so on and so forth. And in walked Angelica Houston. And if you've never met Angelica or experienced her walking into a room, all the air leaves. So she walked in and did this stance, "Michael Jackson." And we were all like, "We can't breathe." And she said, she started to walk towards him. He froze, looking at her like this. And she walked towards him like the alien in Alien, in that sequence where Veronica goes, that scene, Michael was standing there just purely petrified as she closed the gap, as she came closer and closer. Then she reached out and she grabbed Michael by the shirt and she lifted him up easily,
Whoa.
8 inches off the ground, put her face in front of his and said, "You insignificant little worm, you're fired." And she threw him across the soundstage and he tumbled back and slipped, not like slipping for pow, but his butt hit the pavement and he slid, because in a soundstage it's quite slippery. He slid for about a couple feet.
What?
And Francis says, "That's great, cut, well done." Because if you think about it, she was the witch, he was Captain EO,
Yeah.
we were the team. So Michael was on the ground and he was going,
Yeah.
and they walked up to him and they said, "Are you okay?" And he, "I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay."
Yeah.
He stood up, but anytime he saw her after that, he avoided her. Like she would walk down the middle and he would go like this. He would go
Hmm.
out and around and over. So when their scenes finally happened together and I was up in the air and Michael floats up and he's acting opposite who he believes to be Angelica, he would say, "I am Captain." And then he'd look into my face
Wow.
and he would see we looked exactly alike in the makeup.
Hmm.
So he went, "I am Captain EO." And he just crumbled.
Yeah.
And she was so good, she was so wonderfully terrifying that so Francis was like, "Michael, we got to take a break, we got to figure out what's going on." So they put him off into the side of the stage while they sort of powwowed. Now I'm hanging 20 feet in the air and I said, "Guys, I need to come down." And they were like, "No, no, no, it's only going to be a couple minutes." And I said, "Unless you want a golden shower, you need to bring me down." Am I clear? And so the guy went like this, and I went, I'm strapped in an iron cross, ah! And then grabbed it, and my face was 6 inches
Oh
from the floor,
What?
and I was like, cute, real cute. So I got myself out of the feet harness, the arm harness. I got up and I came around the corner where Michael was chilling with some friends of his, and I went, "Michael Jackson," and he went. I started laughing, and I said, "Michael, it's me. It's Terri."
Yeah.
And he went, "Terri, what are you doing?" I said, "Angelica wouldn't go up, and it's a long story, but what I need you to know is that you're not acting opposite her. You're acting opposite me.
Oh.
So relax, be cool,
Yeah.
chill. It's not her. She's having a coffee in her trailer."
Yeah.
So he said, "Oh." And I said, "So can we get this done before Christmas? Because we're not getting any younger." He didn't say anything, and I laughed and I went, "Okay, let's go." And
You
that's
got
one
him.
of the reasons, because he realized that it wasn't her opposite. So he was able to, and anytime he would kind of because when you're acting opposite in the makeup, I had to be as close to her as possible
Yeah.
when I'm hanging up there and he's opposite me. So I would get real, and I'd see him kind of go glassy. This happens with actors all the time. And I'd go, and he'd go, and then he would come back. So he always knew it was this crazy girl who, when we were on the sound stage, ran around. The Francis thought it'd be great to make me a whip warrior, but what he didn't realize was that I had worked with the whip for years. So he said, "You're after Michael Jackson." And I said, "Okay, Michael, run." And I went, whoosh, and he went, and I chased him all over the sound stage. And Francis said, "Terri, I didn't mean that. Come back. Stop chasing him." That sort of thing. So I was always kind of a bit of a problem on set, but it was all cool. Michael had us grape fights every morning in his trailer. He would have grapes come in so that we could have a grape fight. It was like it was like having a 12-year-old son. I got to tell you, he was just
Yeah.
he was just someone who loved to prank me and punk me. I'm very gullible, at least I was back then. So he came up and he said, "Terri, I just got this really cool thing. Can I show it to you?" And I said, "Yeah." And it was that trick where you wrap a rubber band
Yeah.
around, and when you open it, it sounds like a rattlesnake. And he went away laughing. He thought it was, so
Childlike.
we
Yeah.
became really good friends. We became really, really good friends.
Wow.
And all of us did. And he stood up for us. He watched out for us. Just a really, really genuinely good person. Not to mention that the people who came to see him were unbelievable. Like, people that were your idols are walking in and saying, "We just wanted to see what you're up to, Michael."
Wow.
So it's pretty wild. It was a really fun set.
And Terri, I got to tell you, so like Captain EO I remember the first time one of my earliest memories was going to Disneyland. It was like 1990, I think. And Captain EO I went in and I remember it vividly. Like as a 5-year-old, I went in and thought, the music is beautiful, by the way. The music is
Incredible.
it's incredible, to the point where years later I could remember, gosh, post college, I had never forgot Captain EO. And this is back when, YouTube came out later on. I'm like, oh gosh, I
Mhm.
wonder if I can find the music or find to watch it again. And I have since then watched it numerous times and love the music. And
Hmm.
there's just something really, really special about Captain EO. And that's where, in this interview, that's where I get starstruck, is
Yeah.
because I go, oh, all these stories. It's not just the Michael Jackson stories, it's the Captain EO. It's
The
the whole
best of the
production.
best of the best of the
Yes,
best came together to make this happen. Star
agreed.
Wars was huge in my life.
Why can't I
And
just buy it on Amazon?
I know, right? What's up with that?
Just
It is a wonderful,
yeah,
all these creators coming together and making something magical in 3D, we might add.
yeah.
And this is where I learned that, people would say Michael Jackson is so talented, you show him a dance once and he does it.
Mm,
I was like, well, I think I could do that. I
yeah.
danced before. But then I was sitting at the back taking a break when they were doing the dance sequences that are the final part of Captain EO, and Michael was sitting there back there with me. And I said, shouldn't you be up front to learn this? He said, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
They did it once. He went in and he did it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He could go from any angle. He could see it from any angle, and then all the steps. Now, he had a lot to do with choreography, but this is something different. This
Mhm.
is like
And the overall message of it is just so
mind blowing.
beautiful too.
Yeah, Angelica was amazing.
Yeah.
She was up for Prissy's honor at the time. So she was terrific. She was originally supposed to be just the witch, but she wanted to be the princess as well. And Frances told her she was too old to be the princess, so she got to be the queen. And she was like,
Hmm.
Queen then, but I want to do it. And there had been this huge casting for love interest for Michael. Thousands of women. We were in the middle of costuming then. We were building their outfits and everything, all, you know,
Huh.
and they did not want to upset Angelica because she was up for Prissy's honor, which she ended up winning. But then you had Francis Ford Coppola, holy cat, sitting there working with you. And then you had George Lucas sitting there and working with you. And then you had Tony Cox, who is absolutely no slouch whatsoever, an amazing actor who drove a Cadillac. That's the part that just gave me a kick in the pants. The man must be 3'5" or something. And he's in a Cadillac. And I'm like, you're in a Cadillac. And he's like, yeah. And he says, you want to see how I do it? And he opens the door and everything's blocked and shifted and hand gears and everything so that he can drive this Cadillac. And he's just joyful, just so proud that he's got this monster car. And there was a sequence in Captain EO where he has to push the red button. I did that. So I was the one who was his trunk because Lisa wasn't strong enough to lift the head and nose to touch that red button. So there was that that we did, and the two girls were fantastic. Carrington, history. She was in Total Recall as Tinkerbell. She's a brilliant little act. She was a brilliant. She's since crossed over. And then Cindy was stunt doubling. Cindy was the stand-in for that Lonnie Anderson and Burt Reynolds television show. They played the child. She and her husband were the models for the children. So everyone had some sort of history. So you were in, and then the dancers, the best of the best, but don't stand in front of don't stand between the dancers and the food table or you'll be a skeleton. That was the one thing we learned is they were like locusts. They would go from one side to the other and then there was nothing left. So you would just go, okay, I'll wait till they're done, you know. But it was wonderful. Poppin' Taco and Popping Reggie, who were known for their moves, these kind of, moves, and they were in Bill and Ted's Adventures. They were the robot guys, right? So Michael has them come in, and there's a sequence somewhere where we're all doing this dance together and doing everything together. And they were really surprised that I was there doing it with them. They thought that was funny, but Michael wanted to pay homage to them. So in the sequence where he zaps people free of the columns, the first two men are Poppin' Taco and Poppin' Reggie. But when they jump down, they've changed their ethnicity. So they kind of go from Latino to Black people. Or vice versa. It's kind of a fun thing to watch, actually. I
Yeah.
thought it was pretty magical.
That's
actually.
it. Oh, now I got to rewatch it.
You have
Okay.
to watch it. It's really cool. That's what happens because he wanted them to be seen and recognized. And then when they jump down, they're two different guys because the rainbow robots are these two men. So there's a lot of little nuances like that. Like women go, oh, we love the scene where we first see Michael and he comes up. He's got the best little behind.
I've never
it's-
heard that.
And it's a woman.
Oh,
His double is a woman.
okay.
And when they walked down, you
What?
saw them from behind. You couldn't tell the difference. They were both because they're both slender
Right.
builds.
No, it makes sense.
It was fantastic. It was
Yes.
just, and she was amazing. So it was just these kind of things that you said, here, I'll give you some things you can look for. You'll really have a good time.
I think when you have a butt double in life, you've really made it, you know?
Seriously. Yeah. And so he just he was someone that I looked at his life and thought, glad it's not me. And I think that was one of the things that I saw right away. Stevie Wonder had loaned him his bodyguard, Chucky, because right there we're on a closed set. And you'd think that when you're on a closed set, actors would treat other actors well, but Space Camp was there. And when Space Camp let out for their break, they would go over and try and shake Michael out of his trailer. So they'd grab the trailer and try and shake his trailer, and Chucky had to come out and pull them off. You know, so this entitlement that I saw, like they owned him or something, was really disturbing. At one point, people broke through and they surrounded him like bees and they started to cut things. So they would try and get his hair or they'd try and cut his. Just imagine, I want you to just take a minute and imagine this mob just all over you and you are just trying to, and they're trying to get a piece of you.
Yeah.
Somehow they want something to take back with them. And Chucky came in and said, you want to see how I make people mind their manners? And he would literally say, this is not right, and toss people off of him, pick them off as though he was covered in leeches. And so it was, and then afterwards, Michael was just shaking. And I said to him, is this your life? And he said, sometimes. And you're just like,
Wow.
you know, it's really scary. So you may think that you want to be this kind of rock star, but with every sweet, there's a bitter.
It's
And
lonely.
the bitter
It's
can
gotta
sometimes be overwhelming.
And how lonely would that be? It's got to be so lonely to
Terrifying.
think, terrifying, and to be surrounded by so many people, and to think that, you know, who's the person that sees me for who I am? Well, probably who is there some sort of hidden agenda? And 1,000 times out of 1,000 probably is people.
I mean, imagine Jeff, and
Mhm.
imagine each one of you imagine that this woman is looking opposite you going, you know, all I've ever wanted is to cut an album with you. And it's Sophia Loren.
Mm.
I mean, come on. It's creepy.
It's very-
It was really creepy. And
Wow.
you just say, I mean, and it was tons of people like that looking to, because I kept thinking, what are you, King Midas? They think that if you touch it, it's gold. I mean, you're good.
yeah.
But I would say, so I don't know if you've heard the story, and I might have told it the last time I was on the air about The one time I would always go on what is called the hot set, meaning the set you really shouldn't be on, get your hand slapped, get yelled at. So of course I was on it. And I went there to eat my lunch because the cafeteria was too noisy and too crazy and I needed some downtime. And Tony was sweet enough because he said, Terri, you can share my trailer. It's huge. Look at me. I can have another roommate. And I was like, and he did that because puppeteers were always put in a same little trailer. They didn't give us each trailers, even those through our union were supposed to each have a place to go into, to rest, to get away from all of what is going on. Most of the time, they'd group us together in one big giant trailer. So Tony says, don't do that. Just come over and be in mine. So I would sneak over to the set and sit on the steps of the Captain EO set and have my lunch. So one day I go in and I hear some noises and I said, hello, is anybody here? And he said, yeah. And I said, Michael, that's you? And he says, yeah. And I said, what you doing? Are you working? Am I disturbing you? And he says, no, what are you doing in here? And I said, I'm going to have my lunch. He said, well, come on in, go ahead and have your lunch. So I went and sat on the steps and he came over and sat with me. And he started to have a little something to eat. And we were just sitting there. And I said, can I ask you a very personal question? And he said, yeah, because understand, one of the blessings of being with someone like Michael and Francis and all that it conveys is that the people of the ship were very intimate. We were all this ragtag group. We were together. It was kind of like the movie Speed, where all the people on the bus are all know each other, and then there's the stuff happening around on the outside. So we became quite close, especially, and he loved Tony. So I said, if I were a genie or a good fairy and I floated down before you and I said, Michael Jackson, for all the good you have given people, for all the joy your music has brought countless generations, I grant you 3 wishes. And he said, oh, and I said, what would they be? And he thought for a moment and he said, nobody's ever asked me that. And I said, well, call me nobody because I'm asking and I really want to know. So he thought for a moment and he said, the first one I would ask for is to have my childhood back, because my parents were really careful about me ever since I was 4. What happened when he was like age 3 or 4, he sang ABC, and I guess the iron claws came around him to protect that asset. They didn't want anything to break or be hurt, so he couldn't climb a tree. He was constantly watched over, and he said he lost his childhood. The second thing he wanted to do was to go to a mall and not have to buy it first. And I thought to myself, whoa. And he said, it would just be nice to not have to do that. And the third one was to walk amongst people and not be recognized. Well, famed makeup artist for Thriller, Rick Baker, gave him his last wish by turning him into a little white Jewish old man. And he walked around Malibu bumping into people on purpose. And people would go, get away from me, old man. And he would just giggle. And he did it for like a couple of hours. And then, it was kind of like, it was very special to him. So what I have to say is the reason I am relaying this story to you and to all of you listening is I want you to take a moment and see what Michael Jackson was saying.
Yeah.
He was saying that for all his riches, all his wealth, all his fame, all he wanted was to be you. He wanted to do what you do. Go to a farmer's market, pick your own fruit, enjoy the air, not be ripped to pieces every time he stepped outside. He wanted to be you.
Yeah.
So I ask you, if Michael Jackson wants to be you, you need to want to be you. You need to understand how important it is that you were born a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Never forget that you are a special creature. You need to remember, if you're feeling melancholy, if you're feeling trapped, if you're feeling, understand you are the only creature that can draw a line in the sand on day 1, and day 2, you say it's going to be a better day. And if day 2 is not a good day, you say day 3 is going to be a better day. You have the ability to make this happen. You're not a goose who, when it gets cold, has to fly south. You're a goose, you don't want to, but there you are flying to Florida, and you're like, I really wanted the cold, but I can't because it's in my DNA. This is not you. And so this is a very important thing to remember about yourselves, is that this is what makes you extra special, and each one of you is unique. And I learned this from people like Michael, or people who have the fame. That's the hardest part of being such a famous face, is that they have to take the bitter with the sweet, and the bitter is this constant fame. I guess some like it, but many of them are, this is the hard part of my life. I have to, they have to build fortresses around them and stuff, and it's tough. So it was great to be a part of something like that. And I got to sit with George Lucas and tell him if it wasn't for him, I would not be sitting opposite him on a set like Captain EO and be doing what I do, because Star Wars showed me that my art was not a hobby. It was a craft, and it was a career. And that was the first time I realized and just committed to it, even though everyone told me it was nuts. My parents were a little nervous, as if you're an artist, you know what that means. But I just kept going. So yeah, it was very, many of the things that I did, I would learn these lessons from so many people. It's a good thing to love. It's a great show to love. It's a good show.
Wow.
Amazing
That's such
show.
a gift. Such a gift to
It
be able
was.
to be in that place. And it's so ironic because today everyone on social media, Instagram, I mean, even us on the podcast, we want to be seen, but it's like, how much is too much to be seen?
Mhm.
To where that line, there's a fine line between wanting freedom with not being recognized and wanting to be seen. And I
Mhm.
think we're all constantly trying to dance on that line, aren't we?
Yeah.
And you have the perfect occupation, because puppetry, I mean, you can do the most famous things that maybe they don't tie your face to that,
Exactly.
And I consider that a blessing.
It is.
I mean, you're so fortunate. You touched a little bit about how puppetry was different with Jim Henson, and then we kind of went down the Captain EO. And I understand the puppets and the sizes is what I was kind of gathering, the strength you might have had to have versus the other. Is that what you're referring to?
The puppets that Jim Henson and the people of Jim Henson Creations create are fleece, foam, and cloth, and rods.
Yeah.
And they fit you. They're designed for you. So one of my most chilling moments was I was doing the show Dinosaurs, and I was underneath the floor puppeteering with Steve Whitmire. And Steve Whitmire had been handpicked by Jim to play Kermit. So when he passed away, which was not an easy thing for any of that dream team, that original Muppet team, it was but it was hard enough for me, because I was like, oh my God. I had just talked to him the day before, and he was going to come and see my work at Imagineering, and I was going to introduce him to my team, which it wasn't my team, but the team I was with in Imagineering. And the next day it came on the news that he had died, and it was too much for me, so I thought of everyone else.
Yeah.
But it was very hard on them. But I'm under the floor, and we're doing Switched at Birth, which is Aubrey and Baby. I was Baby Sinclair. For those of you who don't know, I was Team Baby. I was Baby's arms.
Okay. Wow.
Really the better job. People think Kevin Clash as the lead, and Kevin did Elmo.
And
Kevin
Master
Clash,
Splinter.
yes, he was the lead, and many think that was the most fun part. But no, the hands had it. Hands down. It was the best.
That was Baby Sinclair. It was all the emotions weren't. It was in the hands, wasn't it?
I got to hit. I got to rip. I got to tear. Everything that I couldn't do as a kid, I got to do as this little baby.
You gotta slam.
Oh gosh, it was a heaven. So we're underneath, and Jane Gutnick, who was the chief, one of the chief, Amy Van Gelder, Jane Gutnick, chief builders for Henson. And she said she knocked on the floor. So in a perfect world, the floor is 4 feet off the ground, and we are underneath doing our thing and coming up through the floor panels, pull out. All kinds of different things can happen. And this was the case on dinosaurs. She says, listen, I'm going to hand down this box to you, Steve. I've got the first 4 Kermits I've adjusted for you. And down comes this box for the first time of Jim Henson's Kermit the Frog. And Steve sat there looking at it, and I said, wow. I said, Steve, what is this like? And he said, you want to try one on? And I was like, oh God, I don't know. I mean, that's Jim's. That's Jim's. That's, oh. And he was like, go ahead, try it. So I put one on and I could barely stand it. I started to get very emotional and I took it off and I said, it's like I've got his underwear on and it really isn't cool. I don't like it. And he was like, the only way I can deal with it is that I know I was picked to do it. And so I am to take the legacy of Jim forward. And I was like, yeah, I can see that. But what a huge responsibility. And he said, yeah, it is. You know, and that's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, Jim was so creative and supportive. He met me when I was doing a Chicken McNuggets commercial in New York with Tony Urbano. I was puppeteering the little McNuggets that were dressed as Halloween characters and were not dressed as Halloween characters. Just they were puppets at the time, and I built them and I performed them in New York one time.
I remember that commercial, by the way.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah.
I
In
promise
fact,
you,
some
I'm
people
not just saying
posted.
I do remember it. Yes.
It was so much fun to do the McNuggets. I came later. There's lots of people there's a lot of posts been on Facebook. I saw, I don't know about Instagram, but they're on Facebook where their puppeteers are showing themselves doing a lot of these McDonald's characters back in that day. But I joined later with the McNuggets, and I was in New York, and Tony Urbano wanted to go see the opera, and no one wanted to go, and I was young. I was the youngest, and I had no. And he looked at me and he said, "Come on, Terri. It's the Met. Will you go with me?" And it was like $80. We could only get a box seat, and it was $80. And back then, that was like, you know, this is my salary almost, and for a box seat. So I finally said, "What's in it for me?" And Tony says, "What do you want?" And I said, "I want to go see Ha." And so the next day, he arranged for me to go and see Jim Henson Productions. And he kept telling me all the way there, Jim's not going to be there. And I said, what you're not understanding is I would love to meet him, but he's not the reason I'm going. And Tony said, why are you going? And I said, because I want to get into the puppets workshop because I don't understand how Miss Piggy is done. Miss Piggy, Bunsen Honeydew, I could not figure out I had made a lot of characters, knew how Ralph could be done, knew how all these characters could be done, but I couldn't figure her out. So I wanted to go. So this is why I want to go. Sure, it'd be great to meet some of the Muppet people, but I'm on a mission. Well, when I stepped up, when we went there, it was supposed to be his wife walking us through, and there he stood. He stood up, and there he was, and he saw me, and he came over, and he didn't see anyone else. Now, it's not because I'm built like Halle Berry. That is not it. It was because I was a woman, and back then there were 3 women to every 30 men puppeteers. That's it. And all I could think of was that women like to wear makeup, and then when you're under the floor, makeup is the last thing you should have on your face. So, and I was stronger, and I was more like a boy girl. So you 2 kind of girls, you could be a shop bunny and you're all cute and attractive and and then they like having you around the shop. That didn't work for me. I was more of this kind of a person, and I could work a mean chainsaw. You know, I'd stand there with a blade this long and they would go, "Oh my God, what the?" And I'd say, "I got to do some carving. You better stand back." You know, this kind of crazy stuff, this crazy, but it was the way it was in that world. You were one of these 2 people. It doesn't mean that if you were a shop bunny, a very beautiful girl with talent, that you didn't have the talent. And they would first get in because they were fun to look at while they were working. But then I can name 10 that were really, really good. They were excellent builders, excellent creators, but this is what women had to do to get this man's world to take notice. And for me, it was just like, you put anybody up against me and see if you can be as fast as I am, as accurate as I am. This is just, you decide. So we're in there and Jim says, who are you? And he's like, this close. Who are you? And I said, I'm Terri Hardin. And he says, well, you've got to be good because you're with Tony. And I said, thank you. And he said, I don't know you. And Tony stepped in front of me and said, she's with me. And I said, no, I'm not. I'm with you now, but you don't, there's no retainer. There's nothing. We go home, off I go, looking for another job, off you go, doing whatever, and you decide to choose me. So Jim just nodded. And so 2 weeks later, when I came home, Jim Henson Productions called me. I'm in California. And you get a call and they say, you want to come out and work for Sesame Street? And I said, no, absolutely not. And Jim said, Jim got on the phone and he said, this is Jim Henson. Did you just say no to me? I said, yep. And he said, why? And I said, because I can't work in New York. I said, I don't know how you guys do it. Manhattan is too noisy, too crazy, too loud. You guys got methane coming up from under the ground because the garbage is rotting. Is that what's happening over there? I can't. No, I can't give you my best performance. I'm going to just have to wait until we connect a different way. I want to work with you. I love you. I'd love to build. I'd love to puppeteer with you, but I can't do it in Manhattan. And he said, well, what makes you think you're going to do anything if you're not in Manhattan? And I said, Dave Gols lives up in Northern California. That would be Gonzo, by the way. And then Steve Whitmire was Atlantic City and Kevin Clash was Baltimore. I said, last time I looked, Mr. Henson, I don't mean to be rude, but none of those are in New York. And he went, oh, you've done your homework. And I said, yeah. I said, yeah, because my dream would be to work with you. Absolutely, it would be, but not there. So then Disney strikes up this deal for Muppet 3D theater, and he's coming to California. So I get this call, and Jim says, you're coming to audition, and if you're not good, I'm going to make you feel like crap. And I was like, bring it on, pal. Arr, arr. You know. So they had this huge audition at the Debbie Reynolds Dance Studio for Muppet 3D. All of us in California, if we were women and we didn't get a voice, usually we didn't get the job on the West Coast. But Jim was he had a different attitude, and and I walked with the team. I walked, and they had all the puppets from Henson puppets, like ensemble characters. And she said, pick a puppet, practice, and then you'll go in. We'll put you in 7 at a time. Well, most of the California puppeteers were really not having that. They were really upset because we always went in and auditioned alone, not with 6 other people. And so some were really angry and upset for that. She said, there's a mirror over here that you can practice. There's cameras over there you can practice. And then when we call your name, you'll go in and audition for the Hensons. And I was like, okay, great. So I stood and surveyed the area because I had the amazing Tony Urbano as my main mentor. And he said, don't worry about those people performing in front of the mirror. Forget those people performing in front of the camera. Look for the ones sitting on the floor reading the newspaper. Those are the ones. So I said, okay, I'm going to be that newspaper reading one. And I sat down, waited. 7 of us went in, including a girl who hated my guts. And so she immediately gives me dirty looks, and she's like this. And I said, you got 2 choices in this situation when you're auditioning with 6 others. You can be intimidated by the whole thing, or you can say, I'm going to intimidate. I only have, I'm going to intimidate. So that was my choice. And we first had to count to 7. Brian was up in front. I had never met Brian Henson before. There was no sign of Jim. And 7 of us lined up with our puppets up in the air. Number 1, it's got to be up straight, not like this, not like this. Has to be straight. You have to be able to hold it there and do your performing. So you have to sustain that, but you have to count to 7. We were going to count to 10. They were looking for number 7 because if you did 5, 6, 7 down the garbage chute, it's 7. 7. If you do 101, you do 101 because you don't want the puppets face flapping in the breeze, and you don't want, but you miss 7 and this is bad. Not good, is it? I know. So this is the whole,
So cute.
the whole,
Okay, hold on.
you know,
we're gonna do this together.
You're gonna do it.
Puppets.
So you sit there and you're gonna count.
Okay.
And you'd like to do your voices, so you count with character. You can count like yourself. You can count whatever's gonna make you comfortable to say 1, 2, because many will go 1. But look at your own mouth. You don't say 1. You say 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. That's the 1.
Terri, do you
Yeah.
realize how many of us are going to have socks on our hands after
Yeah. My evil plan is working.
And I have puppets everywhere. I came prepared.
It's fantastic, isn't it? It's great. So Tony Urbano also said, and I know I'm throwing Tony's name around, but Tony was my first mentor was a guy named Pat Breimer, who helped me build and do my very, very first performing with Hanna-Barbera. And then Tony came on the scene. Tony is known for his marionettes. Tony is known, he's done the Snuggles Bear. He's done all these different characters, and he's an amazing puppeteer, a huge talent. We often fought and argued. So I won't tell you it was a bed of roses with the two of us, creative people coming together. And then we would calm down and then we would get back to work. So it was just the nature of the beast, but an amazing coach. And he said, if you can stand out in any given situation, look for those moments. Okay, so here I am in front of the Hensons. Everybody's nervous. Everybody, I'm sure, wants to stand out one way or another. But when we started to count, Brian stood in front of us and said, okay, start counting. And everyone went 1. And I went 1. And everyone went 2. And I went 2. And then everyone went 3. And I went 3. And Brian said, wait. And he walked over to me and he looked me straight in the face and he said, let's count together, shall we? And if you were any of the other puppeteers, you probably went, but I went, yes, sir. And then I knew I had 30 seconds of his undivided attention. So when I counted on 7, I went like this, 7, 8, 9, done. And that is ballsy and crazy and nuts because it could have swung either way. But I did that. And it was for Brian. And then we were told to go up and do 60 seconds of ad lib or just start talking about something for 60 seconds as our character. So often I pick Star Wars. So I riff about something that had to do with Star Wars, or I talk about how I had seen it 183 times. And if you look at, I've seen Star Wars 183 times. And if you look at Skywalking, you will see that I am on page 3. And I did this whole thing. And then I sat down And Jim walked in the room. Well, my adversary leaned forward and went, because I had been recorded, but he had not seen me. He was going to see 2 through 6. He was not going to see number 1.
Oh, okay.
And I was kind of like, but I said, the video's cool. So all the others did their performances. And Brian said, thank you very much for coming. We will call you. We will let you know who's going to be a part of this Muppet 3D Theater. And if you don't do it this time, please don't be discouraged. We will call you for the next time. And we all started to get up, and Jim stood up and he said, no, no, no. Terri, front and center. And I went, oh. And he said, come on. You thought you got away from me, didn't you? Get up here. And I was like, okay. And my friend was pissed. She was so angry. And he said, give me 60 seconds now. And I did. It wasn't Star Wars. I thought of something else. And he said, okay, thank you. Did you bring your portfolio? I said, yes. He says, I want to see it right now. So that was because of our previous, he knew I was a builder. He wanted to see what I did. And we were designing a show up until the day he died. And I'm hoping maybe to reproduce that show because it was never bought by him. We were just, he loved my puppets are very, the thing that Jim liked about my puppets were they didn't look like his. Okay, when people do puppets, they do these same kind of pie mouth that he does. And
What's pie mouth?
Pie mouth means that when they open it, there's like a shape. So it's rigid. A lot of times it's rigid. It's like Rolf the dog.
Like Elmo and Cookie Monster.
Mm-hmm. Well, Cookie Monster has a little bit more flexibility.
Okay.
But I'll show you what I mean as far as I base all my characters on socks. I like doing them, well, except for my Yoda puppet, which was pretty famous, but that I digress. But this is my guy. He's very simple. He's based on a sock. And I like socks because you can do this. How you feeling today? Oh, why? Really? So with a pie mouth puppet, you can do this, but you can't do.
And that reminds me a lot of like Sherry Lewis, who
Yes.
Lamb Chop was very expressive, and it was
Very
all about,
expressive.
and-
Yes.
Mhm. That's why with this goofy puppet, I do this. I want to mold them out.
Yeah,
I
because
go,
they put that rigid in there and you
Yeah,
don't
it needs
realize
to
that
have-
you are not using what God gave you. I mean, this is like
So
all of
cute.
that. Can you imagine not having that palette?
you have to.
Yeah. I mean, she's right. She's right. Yep. Yep. That's true. Yep.
I mean,
But
none of us talk like this, right? We have side smiles.
and it's so restrictive. So all of my characters, the Foster Farms chickens, which if you live in California, you know what these are, they had a flexible palette. I insisted on a flexible palette so that the characters could get, upset or, they could do all of this stuff that you can't do with the pie mouth puppets that so many create, but that's based on Jim Henson's original. Kermit's not like that,
No.
but Fozzie is.
Mm.
So Jim was fascinated by my puppet repertoire. I had done some garbage disposal characters, creatures that live in your garbage disposal, and they were really scary and creepy. They were kind of bulbous and they were slimy and all this kind of stuff. And we built those for Apogee and a disposer care commercial. And he saw that and he said, could we do a show maybe that's kind of out there with these characters where you kind of cut loose and make these characters more expressive and stuff. And that's basically what I teach is don't get rid of, this is my favorite animation, and God gave us so much flexibility with it that I don't like restricting it. So Jim was really in love with them. He said they don't look anything like my characters. I
Yeah.
love the way you perform them. They're pretty crazy and kooky and stuff. So yeah, so working with him was a lot of fun. And then when he was gone, I didn't think I was going to get cast in anything else. I was cast in Muppet 3D, and then I was cast in Muppet Mini Classics. I did that. And then in Muppet 3D Theater, I programmed the Penguin Band. They brought me in to program because I was already with Disney. So they're like, well, bring Terri in and Bruce Lanoil can come in and a couple other people. Frank Oz was there. And we stood at the Tahunga building and sort of grieved over the fact that we had lost Jim. And then we got to work and did the puppet band. And then for the Dog and Ponies, we ended up playing all the different characters that you saw in Muppet 3D. So I got to play Sweetums, which was so much fun. I was like, can I just stay in the Sweetums outfit? Because it's really fun. So Sweetums was a lot of fun. I got to play Bean Bunny. I never played Statler and Waldorf. Those are the guys. But got to play all these different little characters that were peppering that theater before it went on to Florida, and then ended up, of course, at for a while at the California Adventure Park. But yeah, this was what was such a blessing of when Jim saw someone that had some creativity, he would go like this, come on, let's create, you know.
Hmm.
And when he passed, Brian said, you've got to choose, Terri. You've got to choose whether you're going to be a performer or you're going to be a builder. I don't really want you to straddle both. And for whatever reason, then I said, okay, I'll be a performer, and ended up doing a lot of different characters
Hmm.
for that. Yeah. Yeah. Again, a blessing, you know, a dream come true. It was fantastic. But there were times I suffered. So I was supposed to originally be Charlene. And the girl that I was matched with when I was performing that animatronic character was claustrophobic. So they pulled me off that character, and I thought they were going to fire me. I started to have a meltdown. And then Brian said, no, I'm just going to move you over to someone else. And they put me on Baby. But I've had that close call a couple of times, you know, those ones where you feel like you're being sliced, and then all of a sudden it's something more fun than you expected. So I always say, you know, God's time, not yours. So yeah, but he was amazing. He was amazing. And that's why I'm confused with both Walt Disney Company and Jim Henson Company, is they decided to become what I call work for hire and not create. And both companies are so good at creating that why would you work so hard in copying something that's already done when you have this ability to create, this magical ability to create? So I don't, except for there's a lot of fear in our industry today. Even before AI started to come on the scene, there was
It's what
just
it is. It's
people
fear.
afraid.
Yeah,
They're
you know,
afraid.
it's fear, and I think
Mhm.
it's
It's a
certainly fear.
heartbreaker.
It's like hard numbers. This is, and so, but hard numbers it squashes the creativity. And look at, like, okay, going Jim Henson, the Ninja Turtles. Oh, not, you know, one of his I watched it again. I went to the theater. It came back out, and I started how it holds up the emotion. And I know Jim Henson was it's all coming back to me the last time that we talked, because we had the same conversation. But it's just I know Jim was like, oh, this is back when Ninja Turtles was like, oh, I see these comics, they're violent, they're hard. And Jim Henson, he thought, I don't know if I should do this. He was apprehensive. But
Yes.
boy, does it hold up, of one of the best, like, emotive, like the turtles are wet.
Yeah.
And all the expressiveness in the eyes and the
Oh,
mouth, and it was hell to work on that because talking about the puppetry,
yeah.
they had to wear animatronics and heavy and I've heard all these stories where people broke their nose while they were like puppet, like they were in the suits and all
They're
these.
incredible. Well, here's the thing about suit performers. They will go that extra mile. They love being in that suit.
Yeah,
They will not tire. They will not say, "Hey, look, I need a break."
they keep
they're
going.
they're
Yeah.
unbelievable. They're
Yes.
unbelievable. Leaf Tilden, who was in Robbie for Dinosaurs, worked with 105 fever. And we're kind of like,
Mhm.
stop, fool, stop. But it's their dedication, and I mean all
Absolutely.
puppeteers were dedicated, but this was their dedication. The cool thing about the Ninja Turtles
They're martial artists too.
is that we got to audition with them for Dinosaurs. So we have all the Ninja Turtle heads, and
Hmm.
we are programming and working with these Ninja Turtles that, like you, were super fan. I mean, come on.
I'm a huge fan of
These
dinosaurs and Ninja
characters,
Turtles. Yes.
the big one system is a system that is mind-boggling to begin with, but then when they start to emote, and this is what you strive when you're being trained, like for Country Bears. I played Big Al and Trixie. First, I was fired from the production and cried because I was fired from the production. And I thought, it's just the Country Bears. Why am I getting so upset? But they needed to lose. They had 6 puppeteers audition for Disney, and Disney told them lose 1. And I knew where I was in the top 10 because number 6. And I was really devastated by that. Well, then it went for months. I did a couple other things, but I was just like, I can't understand. I don't. Okay, never mind.
Hmm.
In November, I got a call from Disney, and Disney told me I had a contract for Country Bears waiting on their desk, and they needed my address. And I was like, what? No. I mean, who? And they said, Terri, you're here. You're playing a character in the Country Bears. And I said, I am. And they said, yeah. And I said, for Terri Hardin, because I had been let go. It'd been 6 months.
Mm.
And he said, yeah. He said, you're playing Big Al and Trixie. And I went, and Trixie? And he said, yeah. And I said, how fast can you get the contract over so I can sign it so you don't change your mind? And they were like, don't worry, we won't. You've got it. You're doing it. But one of the things they said about Trixie was that they were going to do this love scene between Trixie and Tennessee, but it was going to be one of those running through fields of wheat, and she was going to have a scarf, and they were going to be having a picnic, and it was going to be in slow mo, and all 4 of us who were these 2 characters went, you know, that's puppet shtick. Let's do some real puppet
Sticky.
acting,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and it brought the house down. If you watch it, it brings the house down.
I love
The
that.
4 of us worked so hard to make it emotional and precious and deep and
Yes.
incredible. And Don Henley and Bonnie Raitt
I love it.
were the
Hey,
voices. It's like, whoa,
that's amazing. Okay,
Country Bears was one that they said was not a good movie. But I often say maybe it's not, maybe to some it wasn't a good movie to watch, but it was a real party to make. And I just wish they had
There was
kept it the
love.
way that they originally were going to do it, because to
Yeah,
make it, we got to meet some of the most amazing
for
music
sure. So
creators.
Terri, okay, Jackson, he's excited for this podcast, so I'm gonna turn it and we have Venarina and Dawn. And if you're up to it, I would love to, I don't know what you would call this, but maybe we can do a couple questions but
Yeah,
this is a wonderful and I love puppets. So
I can see you do, and I'm so glad you brought them, because then I just go, okay, so this is very different. A lot of times people don't specifically ask me about the techniques, but I'm always happy to tell.
this
And a
is
lot of people love the story of
me
my
too,
audition with
because
Jim.
in a puppet, I love voice acting. That's my favorite thing. But what's helped my voice acting is looking the character in the eye.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a difference between just being like an impression, but when you look at and I'm sure you have that intimate kind of relationship with the puppet, you go, no, hello, no bother. And it is, but to me, when I do that, it makes me feel like it's different. It's different than just doing impressions. He's looking me in the eye. It's like, no bother, no okay, no. Anyways, I love that. I love the discussion about puppets. This is a wonderful conversation.
It's a kind of a fun thing. Mine argue with me. I remember I had a full conversation when I was a kid because I was bullied as a child. I mean, many of us were.
Yeah.
But I was born in 1957, and my parents fell in love in 1956 when Rosa Parks was fighting for her place on the bus.
Yeah.
So I've got a black father and a white mother who fall in love and can't get married in California. So they have to go to Mexico to get married. And then they have this kid who is mostly white, but definitely has features that are very different. And my dad said, you got to lead with tolerance. You have to be forgiving and try to be a human being the best you can be. And then if you run into a bully, cross that bridge when we come to it. And I was like, okay, whatever. So there were times that I was really frustrated. And so Sherry Lewis, I built a lamb chop when I was 6, and that became my confidant. And I would talk to Lamb Chop and say, I'm having some trouble and I don't know how to explain it to my parents. And Lamb Chop would talk to me and say, okay, Terry. And my dad was like, who is she talking to? And he'd peek, and I'm talking to a sock. So he just sort of took it in stride. So all of the characters were mine. So when Disney asked me to emulate Henson characters, I told them I couldn't. And they said, why not? And I said, because they're not mine. I don't do other people's characters. I do mine. And they were kind of like, everyone else does all of this. What are you talking about? You pompous, whatever. And I tried to do Pepe's girlfriend. Yes, okay. Okay, that's okay. Okay. All right, okay. And they thought it was cute, but they wanted people because Disney has put a stable together of Kermit the Frogs and various people, except for Gonzo, because Gonzo is so unique. So that's the way they work, so that no one person gets too big for their britches. But I'm impressed, like the voices you have done and the voices that others do. But I've had the luxury of people wanting the characters that I bring.
Yes.
And so I'm sitting and talking, and my characters will tell me if they don't like the voice. So, Jeff, you're absolutely my character. Go, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to pick a different voice, okay? Because that's not my voice. That is not my voice.
I will.
Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I'm like,
I do
okay,
know.
how about this one? I have a cat that's very sexy. And he has to talk like this all the time. He does not like the other voices. I try to make him Southern, and he's like, no. Wrong character in my mouth. Fix it right now. So
I know exactly. All my pets have voices. I have a Shiba Inu, and he's very demanding. And so I have a voice for him. I got my Labrador from Kentucky, so he's got a very Southern but very loving. I get it. I understand 100%.
It's fun. So, Jackson, forgive me. Do you have a question? Let's focus on you. This is fun. And I think it's really nice of Jeff to say, excited. Ball is being punted to you. I even saw in some of the chats that they're like, ask your question.
I know we're in the chat. We're like, do it. We got to do it. And what I said is like, hey, look, I know you've shared so much with us. I'm like, but if you want to ask a question, you just got to do it.
You do. And please.
I have one.
That a girl. See,
there you go.
Okay,
see what I'm saying? That's what I was saying in the chat.
Well, this ties into your Muppets. So
okay.
May 26th, Rock and Roller Coaster will be featuring the Muppets. Yeah. I don't know if you're a park goer. Obviously, you're a Muppet lover, but it used to be Aerosmith. So I'm old, so I can appreciate Aerosmith, but I also love the Muppets. So I'm torn, and I'm looking forward to trying it because I'm open to, experiencing and not nixing the idea. I want to see, but what is your feeling of that?
Well, I have to tell you that Aerosmith was invited to do the Country Bears, and they agreed, and then they stood us up.
You're kidding.
So I told them that we should write them a letter going, We don't need your stupid band anyway. If you're too stupid to realize that the Country Bears is the movie you should be on, then like this. It was really funny because you've got all these cool people coming, and Aerosmith goes, "Well, I don't think that we can make it." And you're like, barf. So I like Aerosmith, but not as much as I did before they turned the movie down. I will tell you that. And the Muppets have always been something special, and I was beginning to get worried because the problem with becoming Disney is that the people who were performing them didn't understand what these characters were. And I'll never forget that the first time after Disney got a hold of them and the actors that were doing them that were not the key people that Jim had chosen, they were allowing the characters to behave in such a way that was just not appropriate for who they were, like Fozzie Bear steals.
Exactly right. It's all coming back to me, our last interview, and here's why.
Why does he steal?
Yeah.
Fozzie doesn't steal. Why
Yeah.
would he ever consider stealing? Even if he was a fan, he would ask, can I have this ashtray? Not take it and
But-
hide it somewhere and steal it. And Miss Piggy isn't mean. She's self-centered.
But
And
she's got yes. And when last time we talked, I remember this. Now it's all coming back to me like a flood. I'm like, oh, this is a great conversation because I think what you're talking about is, when they came out with the Muppets, like at The Office,
that
like
Office-y one.
that's
is
what it
one.
was.
Yeah, Muppets
That's what it
Tonight.
was.
And it was
Wrong.
breaking my heart. So to answer your
It wasn't the
question,
Muppets. It
as
wasn't them.
long as they stay true to the
Character.
the ones that
Yeah.
Jim, you don't have to make it,
No.
Jim is going to be happy if they progress, but they progress
You're right.
in
Yeah.
a way that is not like, I remember Hollywood Bowl when Miss Piggy straddled a piano.
Right.
And I was like, there is no way she is
That's
gonna
funny.
go like that.
She's not going to do it.
It's
Yeah.
just not. She
Yeah.
doesn't have to. And I just so that's the only thing that I caution them on. And Brian says, they're not mine anymore. And I
Well,
get that. I
Yes,
get
they are yours.
But
They are
Brian, you and your father were a big part of that made that happen.
Yeah.
It lasted so long because of the charm of them, not the vulgarity of them.
Right. That
and
word vulgarity is.
They were our friends. Like
They
we
were
tune
our
in every
friends.
week,
And
and
they
they
have-
were our friends.
Yeah.
And
they
they, Steve Whitmire is a rat who, come on, all I want to do is do my little thing, but you're a rat. Well, so I'm a rat with some talent here, you got, come on, give me a chance, and you could put yourself in that position. You're the little geeky person that has this little ability and no one will listen to you because of your reputation of something that came before you.
Mm-hmm.
You have a great
know,
voice, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you. You see that I don't even try to sound
I
like them.
know. I'm like,
I just give you the impression of what they are because I love all these characters. Miss Piggy,
I know.
who Kermit the Frog is kind of smitten with him, but then he's got strength. So
That's why we love Barry on this podcast. He's a little bit Marvin the Martian. He's a little bit Kermit the Frog. Hey guys. He's a little bit like that.
Yeah.
And we love him. But that stuff, like I love Barry. Barry, if you're watching, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So to answer your question, I would love to see them really take the time. I mean, it's on Disney Plus. So watch the original show.
Watch the
and
original.
You don't have to copy the original show, but understand the characters and what they will and won't do. When I did the Foster Farms chickens, the Foster Farms chickens had a code. They were stupid, idiot chickens, but we had a code. And they brought us a script one day when they were going to shoot up with steroids. And we said, no, we are not going to take a needle and shoot up on a commercial. We're not going to do it. They would not do that. Think of something else because we're not doing it. And we were all in agreement. This is not what these characters are about. They're not smokers or drinkers. They are these innocent, dumb birds that want to be Foster Farms chickens. And we fought And I just want to see them do the same in honor, because
Yeah.
that's not,
I love
you
your
can do-
integrity, because everything from the time you've been on tonight has been about standing 10 toes down about what
Yes.
you believe in, and look what you've achieved by doing that. So let this be a lesson to everyone listening. Don't always give in to, just because they're higher up on, on the totem pole doesn't mean they're right. Right? Wouldn't you say
right.
that? And so
And
I'm like
as an
amazed.
artist,
I love that.
you deserve to make a living doing what you love.
Yeah.
But as artists, we create something out of nothing. It's
Yeah.
so easy to us to create something out of nothing. So we say, I don't know how to charge for it. Yes, you do. You're lying to me. And if you don't believe me, then I feel free for you to go to toe and toe with me, and I'll show you, you know what you want to show yourself your art, but you're shy about it. And so you have to get to the point where you can say what the price should be for you without flinching. You know, how much is that? 15? You know, then they're not gonna, you have to confidently say it. And this is one of the things I do on my Patreon page, which is, it's the only place you can see me live unless you see me in person. And I say to you, what do you charge for this? And with what you charge for a hand painted item, that is a one of a kind. Let me say it again. If it's digital, maybe it's different. But if you are taking paint and you are putting it to a canvas, to a jacket, to a purse, and it's a one of a kind, don't charge less than it costs to flip burgers at Jack in the Box per hour, please.
It's true.
But if this is the only way you can begin as an artist, start there. And as the work starts rolling in and you're starting to feel a bit overwhelmed because now you have more work and it's not feeling fun, raise the price. That is the key to raising the price. And you will soon have the confidence to say, this handbag is $500 because there's nothing else like it in the world and no two are alike.
Yeah.
And I am the artist. And once you realize that your thing that you're doing is just one, then you can do it. And if you're still having trouble pricing it, then think about what you'd have to do if you can't make a living doing your art and charge for those hours.
And Terri, this is so important because we have listeners who are artists. We have a lot, whether you're like, Venerina, who's or people that are part of their art is maybe it's their socials, but there's all kinds of new art and all kinds of art all the way. And boy, I always said this. I think I know. Now it's all coming back to me. Last time when I said Jim Henson, Disney does not know what to do with the art. They have this beautiful art of the Muppets. They don't know what to do with it, so they plug it in. Hey, we love Disney around here. We are not anti-Disney. This isn't rage bait or whatever you call it, but we love Disney. But the truth is, with the Muppets, what a wonderful group of characters, and you have this palette of colors, but how to paint a new picture with these colors, maybe it's really hard. I don't know, but I feel like with
Here's
the new
thing. I'm going to give you a secret.
Let's do it.
Here's the secret.
I'm here.
Ask.
Yeah.
Okay? If you don't know how the Muppets behave, ask fandom.
Why don't people do that?
I don't know, because they go, Terri, you're such a great artist. Well, I'm not such a great artist.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
good,
I think
but the reason they go, you nail it every single time. Well, I nail it because I ask.
Yeah.
Hello, I want to do a series of sculptures, a little more affordable, called Impressions. Talk to me about what they should be. Well, says one person, I love Stitch. But you know the problem with Disney, and I love Disney, and thank God they made Stitch because it's my favorite character, or I love Tinkerbell, she's so sassy, or is that they're doing everything happy or angry. So Stitch is either all six arms going, or he's and doing the Elvis stuff. But the thing that makes Stitch so fun to watch is his ability to emote. And they were saying we love all Stitch, but we like to feel Stitch. We see the happiness, it makes us happy. But look at my shelf. I've got 142 happy Stitches and a couple of angry ones, and no in between. So I created a series of characters called Impressions, where you feel them be as you feel. So I have one, and I don't copy the film when I'm sculpting them. I learn about the character, and then I say, what would this character be doing? So my Stitch is about yay big, sold out. He's holding the duckling book face out, which he doesn't do. He hugs it to him all the time. If he's carrying it, it's a different. So the pose is he's looking up and he's looking kind of melancholy. It says Ohana's family. And he's got this pensive expression. So all the characters that I do in this line have that more heartfelt impression of it. But this came from not me. It came from people like you. So you guys, if you're Muppet, if all they have to do is go, hello, Muppet people. Walt Disney had an advisory committee, right? He had an official advisory committee, and all he did was give them some cool stuff. He said, come in, be by the castle, meet with me, and talk to me about merchandise. And then when he was gone, they kept doing this and doing this. In fact, it was great because people would strut and say, I'm on the Disney Advisory Committee. And you would go, and we love you for it, because the stuff, the 50th anniversary was so good. You held your wallet and saying, I may not eat this time.
Yeah.
But now it's not the case. That's because they're not asking you guys anymore. They're not asking you about Star Wars. They're not asking you about Marvel. They're not asking you about Muppets. They're not asking you about Lilo and Stitch. They certainly didn't ask you about Snow White. Yeah. They put this, Lord knows somebody should have got to that girl before she opened her mouth.
I know, poor thing. I was like,
serious
sweetheart,
mouth to do. Wait 3 seconds, young lady, before you open your mouth. Don't do it. Don't do it
now. But this is like the Goofy movie. Why in the world, 1995, a Goofy movie now is hit so hard because, and we've had Bill Farmer and that there's a scene where there's a hot tub scene, and he was so uncomfortable in that movie because it wasn't just morning, son.
Exactly.
But he had to slow it down. Go, Pete, maybe Max saying he had to actually talk in his own voice. Maybe Max saying all the things you think a good son should be, but I know my son, he loves me. And that very little bit, it changed. Why is it so popular now? Because Goofy has heart, emotion.
Right.
And I think that's what your legacy and your career is so heartfelt. Whether it's a puppet of moving the mouth this way, it all comes, I think, sorry everyone, I'm going on a tangent, but I think this comes back to
That's usually my job, by the way.
I know, no. I'm bad at it. I'm sorry everyone, but I really think it's so. And I think you touched on a good point, which is, we all want heart. That's it. We all want heart. We want
and a good story.
And a good story. And yeah.
You want Kung Fu Panda. I suck at this. I suck at that. I suck at everything. And I
already identify with that character.
And everyone goes, yeah, we're with you, man. And when he writes, the thing is, you don't have to create a new story. You create the same story told different ways. And Rising Above the Ashes is always my favorite. Somebody's down, stomped in the dust. They're having a rough time. They pick themselves up. They dust themselves off, and they go for it. And then they rise above it. And we see that they are more than what they even thought they could be. So I saw a flash that you had a question, and you're polite.
I'm like, Jackson, what do you think? Jackson's the host.
Seriously, guys, this is the thing I have to say on my Patreon page when we're doing a Zoom call. so people are so polite, but the black half of my family, if you didn't interrupt, you didn't exist till you were 20. So you gotta it will
That's
not.
where,
I believe
that's
in
where I
the
don't have a problem.
You
Yeah.
gotta be
Yeah.
bold and get in there, and
So-
I appreciate your politeness.
You
I
just
really
coached us. I'm the only
respect
one around
you.
here with bad manners. So
I
I'm gonna-
respect you as women because you're so polite, and Jackson has been wonderful. But I am giving you permission to not be, because look at you poor people, for the last hour you haven't gotten a word in.
No, we love you. You were talking about you do public appearances, and I think this kind of ties in with that. And Venerina had a
Terry's
question
the best.
about something. I'm gonna let her ask this question because we've been
The
discussing
amazing
behind your back.
Venerina, who helped me to not panic that I thought I missed this.
Yes, no, you don't.
Don't
I'm
worry,
so
Terry,
happy
it's
you did
cool.
it.
It's cool. Okay, phew, thought I dreamt it.
I was like, don't worry. But we did have a question. So I know that you create some Disney fantasy pins. So I was wondering if you could kind of talk about the process of that.
Oh yeah. The fantasy pins are it's funny because one of the things I say to artists is, okay, you've got something that you know that you've done and you've put all these hours in it, and it's going to have a price tag, $250, $500. So the pins, I learned, could be a way that if your budget doesn't quite do that, that the pins are there. And I try to keep them around $20, because even if they cost me, $18.95, I like to keep them around 20, because the ATM spits out a 20. And I know it's something nice to do for people who are trying to find something that they like. So what I did was I designed the first pin, and I'm an artist, so I did the sketch, and I did it on the iPad. I did a digital sketch of it, and I sent it, and the pin people went, it needs to be the way pins are done, and I don't understand it. So I found a guy. I found this amazing man, and he said, "Don't worry, you draw it. I'll make it into a pin." So I said, "Okay, cool. In fact, I'll see if I can show you one." And the pin, what happens is I'll design it, and then he will adjust it so it translates to the people who actually make the pin, because that's something that I could learn, but it's a bit of a learning curve, and I seriously would rather not. So this one this year is, I told you, I'm charity based. I'm seriously charity based. So what I'll do is, someone will say, do a pin. So let's take the 69th anniversary of Disneyland. Disney did not necessarily announce that they weren't going to make a pin, but rumor had it that they believed 69 years was not anything they needed to work hard to celebrate. I'm about to be 69, and so I'm thinking to myself, every year is something to celebrate. Every year has something special. So for the 69th, I created a partner pin, which was the word Disneyland in old letters like you saw on the billboard years ago, and then the partners, Mickey in silhouette and Walt in silhouette. But I did it with my tribe. So on Patreon, they are the people that help me come up with the ideas to make these pins. And we released it so the collectors would have a pin for the 69th. Well, Disney being Disney, and they can go like this, and all of a sudden they have a pin. They jumped. They saw this pin was getting all this airtime, and they made a pin for the 69th. But what does that do for you as a collector? You get two. So this is what I'm always thinking. Disney lets me recreate characters with their IP, because they then take what sells and does it for them. They don't have to pay R&D. They just watch the collectors, the fan base, what's good, grab that, recreate it, and you as the collector get two.
We were just talking about that, and how Disney's like you go on Etsy and there's all this like Disney things. Disney's pretty
smart.
A lot of times smart. Yeah,
that's smart.
That's the
smart.
word. Smart.
I'm sorry, that's smart.
No, that is
so smart to just take what goes. And my stuff sells out all the time. So they were like, okay, we know, like Jiminy Cricket. They made a Jiminy Cricket. but they always made Jiminy Cricket with the medal. I did him as the hobo because a collector said it's been 1994 since I had the hobo. So I was like, okay, so don't worry, your pins are not forgotten, pin people. So I will show you. I want to show you a couple of things, which you may or may not be able to see, but I will describe it as well. But
I'm a huge pin person myself, and they just released the new 2026 Wave A's, and I completed the entire set of 37 pins in 8 hours. I'm
I
proud
love
to say
it.
it, but I'm not proud to say it.
Did you have to take out a
And I was
line?
like, so what? No, I
Good.
probably should have. But I did not.
You're so cute.
Uh,
Okay, let me see if I can show you some that I have so you can get an idea. Many of these are still available. I just have to get to it because, okay, here we go. Let's see if I have the ones that I'm thinking. Yeah, here is and like I said, you guys may be able to see it, but some of you may not. But this is it right here. This is this is the 69th pin, and
Very cool.
it's still available. It still sells. We did another one for the 70th. And then like I said, I'm a charity person. So what happens is I will sketch it out. I will ask people, members of my Patreon page, what do you think? They will put input. Many will make suggestions. Many will do a rough sketch. Some will just do stick figures. I envision this, I envision that. Right now, we're trying to do the one for the 71st, and we'd like to incorporate the USA's 250 years, and so it's becoming a bit of a challenge for me. Some people said America Sings, but I'm not so sure that's a big enough draw. So this is the questions that I ask them. And they sit and they talk to me, and then anyone else who wants to can talk to me about it on that page. And it's only $5 a month to be a part of it. This one is my cat, and this is for the Chalk Foundation. This I did a pin for Children's Hospital of Orange County. This is the Cheshire Cat,
Huh.
and it is 3 inches across, and it has a dongle, which means that shingle swings.
Cute.
And then the leaves, which are here, as a cutout between cat and leaves. So
What's it say on the plaque?
it's gonna be are we having fun yet? It
Oh,
says on the
that's
plaque,
cute.
right?
I'm gonna
And
say
then the
no,
back,
we
the
haven't
back
fun yet.
is this one. So on the back, we're all a little mad here. My
Cool.
signature is embossed.
Oh, I love
The
that.
only way that you know that you got it from me is I sign underneath it. So anything with a
Right.
live signature means you met me. And it says Chalk Walk exclusive, because I made the decision and I talked with the groups about people want to collect pins, but maybe they don't want to. Like they said, we should incorporate the chalk. And I said, no, we are Mickey's Walkers. That's our team.
I love that.
And so we want everyone to be able to donate if they want to get the pin. All you do is follow my and I could either put it in the chat or give it to you later, and then you can put it in the chat. Or
Oh, we will.
But it's go to my Chalk Walk page, which is Terri Hardin Jackson. You can even go into the search and find me, and then you can pay $30 for that pin, but you donate it directly to the Children's Hospital of Orange County, which is the Disney supported walk. I've walked there. We walk between Disneyland and California Adventure Park. So I fundraise with this pin, and if you're in the Anaheim area and you want to go to our event, you can say $30 event Anaheim, and then the pin is free. So you either purchase the pin or you come to the gala, the little mixer we have, and then you buy you pay for that, and then the pin is free. We're limiting it to 2 right now, but you can always write on the chalk page when you donate that you'd like more, but we want to make sure as many people get it. They're limited to 150. And before that, we had Star Wars ones. I did a Star Wars one the first year, and the second year we did Tinkerbell and Peter Pan. And so what I do is I sketch them digitally, then I send them over to my my pin person, and I say to them, so you have to kind of keep a pin in mind. What's the size? So if you want to design a pin, the partner pin is little. It's about like that big. The cat is going to be this big. So we've got some fun stuff. Well, last year we did Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, big pin. And Tinkerbell, if I had done her proportionately on the same plane as Peter Pan, she would have been so little that she would have looked terrible. So I put her forward on his knee and enlarged her so that she could be identifiable, so that the liquid that they put in will be able to fill her dress and stuff. And then they did like a silk screening or something. They did a process on her face so that her face looked good. Because that's the thing you have to bear in mind, that you don't want to over detail to the extent to where when the pin is made with all the silver and all the dividers that you can't tell what it is. But you can get pretty involved. I mean, the Cheshire Cat is pretty involved. So it's just a matter of deciding the size, and then you find someone who does pins, or if you're someone who has a overseas connection. Most of these are done overseas in China. But last year I did the 70th anniversary pin, and I have to charge $25 because tariffs were added. And it was a real blow to see pins that I bought the year before costing so much to do it. And I said, I'm going to have to add another 5 to it in order to just make me able to do it.
Did you have a Captain EO pin?
Not yet, but I'm thinking about it.
What if you did a legacy set of all of the characters you've puppeteered or been involved with, and like a legacy?
I think that's a fantastic idea.
That is.
I'll take 5%, and Venerina will take it.
Oh no! We give away, Dawn. We give away it like candy.
Dawn is like, give me a set, though. Give me a set.
That's all.
I'm playing.
And that's what I'll do. I'll give her the set.
Yes, give Venerina the set.
I'll do the Cheshire Cat. I'll be like.
But we just demonstrated how easy it is. I mean, I can't know every character. I can't do every character. I can't know every character. I don't love every character. So I simply turn to people like you and say, what should we do? And then you say, just like you said.
And I say the word for free, is what I say.
Well, to me, like, if I saw a legacy set and it had your signature at the top of the thing and it was sold in like a pack of 6, I'm just thinking in my mind. True. I would know immediately that you had your hands on those characters.
Don would buy that.
Yeah, I did the McNuggets. Okay, I did this one of the little McNuggets, and nobody knew what it was.
I knew what it was. I
mean in Florida. They've been looking at the pin, and then they said, "Well, what is that?" And I said, "It's the chicken McNuggets. I puppeteered them when I was young." Yeah, and it sold out. Just in Florida at the Villages. All of a sudden, they were like, "We remember those." But you see what I mean? Just like you just said, Dawn. You said, "If I saw your name," because now you're saying not only would I want the pin, but I like you as well. And this is what artists need to remember, is it is 60% you and 40% talent. Don't kid yourself. You can have all the talent in the world. And if you are somewhere where you are looking at your phone and you are not engaging with your clients and customers, I defy you. You might get lucky and sell some, but you'll sell 10 times more if you engage with them. And so 60% you, because they want to take you home. If you're a nice, sweet, supportive, this is my son, this is my daughter, and they want to know how to, and then a question. How do they become an Imagineer? Well, would you like to know the way I did it, or would you like to know the real answer? And they'll be, trust me, you want the real answer. So the real answer is that with social media today, if you build it, they will come. So you guys are creative out there. You're creative. And if you didn't know this, they're watching you. They're watching and they're looking. And when they see something they like, they approach you. I can name tons and tons of people who I have met that through their just creating on social media, they have been approached by various companies but here's the key. Okay. You can't just post your art up and say, wow, I got 1 million likes. Yay for you. Like lemmings, we go like.
Yep.
What you
Oh,
need
that
to
and
do
yeah.
is say what you want. All right. You got to see your dream. Okay. What I'm showing you here on Instagram are my ideas for some attractions that I think would be cool in the park. Just an example.
Yeah.
You can be 7 or 70 and be saying this. And then you say, because I want to be an Imagineer and I want to do this for a living. We don't read minds. We are very talented human beings, but we don't read minds. So all we do is like it. But if you share the dream, you have to share, you must speak.
I know.
And then that will do it. And you've got colleagues. So if you want to do a film, you want to do a puppet show, you want to do whatever you want to do, get together and do it. You've seen examples of these people that are sensations, and the next thing you know, boom, it's because they just got up and did it.
Yeah.
And you have the best. You see me, I had to walk around with a portfolio, knock on doors and say, please, sir, may I have a job? And it's boring and it's a pain. And then they decide whether or not they like what you're doing. And if they don't like it or they don't like the way you look, you're out. But on social media, it's a level playing ground. And all you do is create it and keep creating it, whatever your platform is.
That's why
And
we're
they will
really
see you.
Yeah, and we're bad at social media, but here's what I'm hearing from you. It's about authenticity and vulnerability. And those two things are so important. That's why we are going strong. We're just getting to live stream. You're like the third person that we've done live stream. The reason
I'm so happy for you because I used to do it all the time because I didn't know how to do something else.
Yeah,
then a person says pre-record.
I
so
know.
Now I do lives
It's live.
only on my Patreon page. That's the only way you're going to be able to see me live, to talk to me live.
Wonderful.
Unless I am live. Then that's the only way to do it, because now at 68, I'm looking to do some of my own stuff, and because I've earned it, and so I really want to do it.
You have earned it. Absolutely.
Continue learning. Yeah. I mean, I'm an ambassador on Patreon, and I laugh because I don't have huge amounts of money that I'm making, and I don't have huge amounts of followers, because in my body, it's like you guys said, many followers mean more responsibility. And that responsibility can be soul crushing. And if it's soul crushing you, you need to make a decision for yourself. How are you going to deal with the massive amounts of followers that you think you want? So for me, I was like on YouTube, and I thought it'd be cool to be 1,000 followers just to see what that means on YouTube. But then I said, the reason I was chosen as a ambassador for Patreon is because no one leaves.
Yeah.
And everyone fears leaving. The people that pay their $5, they don't leave. They stay. And if one leaves, it's because of another situation. So they invited me because my retention is so strong, even though it's like about 100 people. That's it.
Doesn't matter.
It's quality. Remember that the people who you're following you want quality. You don't want to do the low-hanging fruit, which is to be
pander.
Unfriendly or mean. There's plenty of places
or to use
where
people.
You can do that.
Think of your story with Michael earlier, as we talked, like just to use people. Look, we can't feed off each other. This has to be a world of love in which we hear each other's hearts and stories. We don't, and I say this on this podcast, all the time before our guests. I said, we don't want to be a podcast that drains your energy. We want to give you energy where after you leave, you've shared your story. You lay your head down at night and you would love to come back to our podcast. That's what we are. And
you see people that have millions of followers on YouTube, and the next thing you know, they're saying, see, I'm burning out. And that's because please understand you have to be true to yourself. So if you have 5 million viewers and it's because you changed and became someone who recommends products
Mhm.
instead of shooting your movie, you
Yeah.
know, so you start out shooting your movie or you start out teaching people how to draw and you get all of these followers. And
Mhm.
then you find that if you recommend certain things or you do this kind of thing, they go up. And
Oh
now
yeah.
you fear that if they go down, you're going to lose this income. Now you're worrying about your income on YouTube.
Yeah.
And should you change it up, you start to put yourself through this anxiety. And
Mhm.
what I want to tell you is to be you.
Mhm.
It's so important that you stick with, as you said, Jeff, your authentic self
Mhm.
and determine how many people you can feel comfortable about and serve those people. Because I'll tell you, 80% of the people won't ask you to do much, but they will take 20% of the people will take care of you. 80%, who knows? But just service the be you and keep doing it.
Yeah.
And this is what I think I'm an ambassador on my Patreon with all the ambassadors for, is because many of them are so scared and so frustrated, and they're young people who are
Mhm.
just anxious. And an anxious state is not a good state to create in. So,
Mhm.
so really take a moment and breathe and know that if you do what is true to you, it will be built, it will build, but it's going to be slower than instant.
Oh
So
my gosh.
so, you know, it's not going to be instant, but if you, you know, it's like an oak tree. It's going to grow and it's going to have roots and it won't tip over in the first storm and you won't burn out. And if you feel yourself burning out, take time. Say, hey, everybody, I just need a couple weeks to kind of be me or whatever. And a
No,
lot
to
of
go to
time,
Disney. I need a couple weeks to go to Disney.
but then they're
Well,
going to want to follow you.
Oh, well, I won't announce it. I need a couple
but
weeks. I'm going to dress like an old Jewish man and I'm going to go to
There
Disney.
you go. Get out of me, old man. That's
but
it.
sort of,
I am
an anxious
Jewish.
environment is not a happy environment, and to say it simply, and not a creative environment. And when you can, you can just take that big deep breath and go, eh, I used to want to be a cartoonist, and the best, they say the cartoonist used to just stare at a blank piece of paper and go like this, and that was their mental place, where they in that free space of just looking at a blank piece of paper, they had all the creativity in the world. I could create whatever I wanted to, but you
Yeah.
got to have that blank piece of paper. And when the paper in front of you is full of all kinds of things, you can't create. You can't do those the good things. You can't be an artist. You have to. So I think what you just said was just profound. To me, it was profound,
Well, thank you.
because it was like, and for our listeners and for me, it's like, this is application, everyday life. Maybe this week, maybe I'll slow it down and not listen to all the noise,
Well,
just
and that's gonna free you up to be more creative in the thing. It's hard to stop sometimes, and when you're in the wave. And Dawn, did I answer your question about the pins? Is there
It
anything?
was Venerina's question. And I want
I
to tell
mean,
you,
Venerina, sorry.
she's being very
sorry.
modest, but she texts
She
me.
collects.
And
Venerina asks. She collects. Okay, I got it. Sorry
Venerina
about that.
has hundreds and thousands of pins. It's unbelievable. She showed me in the park, and she's so good at knowing like who to go to, where to go to, what time to go to find these, and she's educating me.
That's what I love, Venerina, about people who know the parks. For example, the 18th, which was yesterday, is the day that if you have a pass, you can sign up for the birthday. Do you know that? If you have a pass to Disneyland,
I didn't.
one of those passes, yesterday was the
Mhm.
day that you can reserve that day. I have no idea about this stuff. I'm under hot lights and I don't know this stuff. They will turn and they'll say, Terry, it's the 18th, and then they have to show me how to do it. But that we jump on that because I'm always there at Disneyland for the birthday. So I always want that ticket. I want to make sure I have that space, and it's got to be Disneyland first. So just like people like you, Venarina, who know what they know, this is why I love asking people straight up. Last year for the birthday, the July, we were with a group and they all talked about what we were going to do when. Okay, it's going to come down, 2 minutes after 7. We're going to see if we can get in to see Walt. And then, yes or no, get our time. Then we're going to go over here, grab this, go see Mickey's Runaway Railroad, because I had never seen it. And so we're going to take Terri to see Mickey's Runaway Railroad, even though it's a year old. We're going to do that because there's nobody there. And so we'll do it. We'll get through, and then she can get back over to where she's supposed to be so that she can say hi to all the people for the whole day and whatever. But this is all you guys, because I don't know this stuff. I know certain things about what I do know about Disney, but when it comes to what's the best way to handle this, what's the best way to deal with that, you guys all know that. And I'll never forget the 50th with the pins. There were 8. 2 took us to Tomorrowland to get the new pins. 2 went and got lockers. 2 went and got where we were going to sit. And the other 2 explored some other venues in case the first pin venue didn't work out. It was amazing. And then they told you which pins to grab under which. So this sounds like you. To me, this sounds like you, where you're saying, if you have a Visa card, this is the one you get, and it looks like this, or da-da-da, and it looks like this. And I always just sit there and say, pull out the ones that they say I should get, and then I get them. And then I always get 2. So back in the day when they were doing the ones with all the lands written underneath, that was around the 50th, it had Frontierland and Tomorrowland and all this stuff. So I guess Frontierland was being released on the day of the birthday back during the 50th anniversary. And so I bought 2 and I just threw them in my bag, not even thinking. Well, we were with a group of people and this man kept getting up and leaving. And then he kept going back and going, oh. And then he kept getting up and going back and and I was like, what? Are you okay? And he says, I've got all the pins and I'm missing this one from today. And I go, well, what does it look like? And he pulls out a picture of the one that's in my bag. And I go, you mean this one? He's like, and I was like, here, take it, and he's like, I got to pay for you. And everyone's going, charge double. It's out of, no, just take it. I'm so sorry. I didn't ask you what one you were looking for, and it's been sitting with me all this time. Go ahead and have it. But I have no idea. I do it so that later on, if I'm speaking, I like to put things in a raffle that I have, or I do a treasure chest from my Patreon page. So a lot of this stuff I have no idea of, So I lean on you guys a lot to understand some of the Disney things and Walt, For example, I became very educated about Walt Disney World versus Disneyland. Okay? If you are an artist for Walt Disney World, they don't care if you're on model. They don't. But in Disneyland, don't you dare bring a Mickey that looks like art, like paint threw up on the poor thing, and call it art, because Disney will look at you and think you're nuts.
That's a whole other podcast.
The Disneyland collector, as a sculptor, if it's not on model, it's a waste of time. This is the way the Disneyland collector has been since my very early times. But Walt Disney World is a little more open.
Yeah.
They're
Walt
open
Disney
to
World has Epcot. And Jackson has an Epcot question before he runs off.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I don't have to ask that. We can keep
Yeah,
going. We
you
had
do.
a good roll. We had
Jackson
a good thing
loves
going.
you.
No, go,
Terri,
go. I want to
Jackson
hear your
loves
question.
you. He is so excited to have you.
I know,
So-
you're so sweet. You said 2 words like, no, we can move on.
No, we
Ask her. She said to jump in.
Yeah. Go ahead,
she
my
said to
love.
jump in.
I just wanted to ask you a niche thing. I was looking
I
over
like niche things.
your life's work, which is amazing, and I noticed you did work on Body Wars, and
Yes.
I just want to ask about it. I want to know all the details about that, because that's very old, a corner of Epcot, Wonders of Life Pavilion stuff, and I'd really any information about that is just gold, you know?
Body Wars.
Yeah, Body Wars.
Body Wars. The first thing we did with Body Wars was we started to sculpt. We came up with the concept of traveling through the body. And we sculpted veins and we sculpted all of these things that you were going to see as you travel through the body. And then it was announced by someone somewhere that it was going to be red and pink inside. And I said, this is not a good idea. In fact, I wasn't the only one who said, guys, don't do, no, 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 no. And they were like, but don't you understand? It's Body Wars. You're going through and blah, blah, blah. And I said, but the problem with red, and I can't remember who I was with, we were all building it at Imagineering, is the problem with red is it's a trigger. It's an alarm system in your brain. You see, you bleed red, it means danger. Just so you know out there, red, massive amounts of red, the body is going through and it's red and it's red and it's red. And people were getting deathly ill on the attraction. And no one could understand why they were getting deathly ill. That's because the brain registered the red and started sending signals to the body saying, you've got something wrong. We're seeing red. And that's why that ride was eventually stopped. Because, if they had done purple and they had done, something colorful to give you the
Green is
idea
the
of
best
it,
alternative.
but the red was something that you just couldn't. There was no way you could say, it's not that big a deal, which is what they said. And they tried like pinks and oranges, but that red is something that we are born with. It's a born alert system. And so we had to, it's too bad too, because we worked really hard on it. It was such a cool idea, but to use all that red was dangerous and people were getting, really, 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 really sick. And they were saying, we don't understand why. And I said, it's red. It's the red. It's the red. You've got to stop with the red. And I guess they didn't feel like it was worth it to shift it over to like a green or something. But unfortunately, that's why it died. This sad little death because that's exactly what happened. It's a triggering device. Yeah. So we were like kind of rats.
That's so fascinating. I
Isn't it?
never would have accounted that to the death of that ride, but that makes a lot of sense.
And not all of an Imagineer's life is glamorous. My first seat the first thing I got to sculpt when I was in the sculpture department of Imagineering was the vomit seat for Star Tours.
Yeah, but you made it all clean because it kept soaking up the vomit. And
It
so
was
you made it so it
hilarious.
was sanitary. It's wonderful.
Have you heard this, Dawn? It's like the craziest story.
No, I'm holding back gag.
Imagineers are put through an orientation. Okay. And when we're oriented, when we get cast as Imagineers, and it's not overnight, I have enough reject letters to wallpaper the earth. But I thought, just keep it up, just keep fighting, just keep going. One day they'll see you, and then boom, you're an Imagineer. But I finally worked my way up to the sculpture department. I am in rock work to start with. I create the dragon for Dragon's Lair Paris, and that whole attraction, and then Big Thunder, which is the best Big Thunder because you board it on the mainland, you go under the water, and you come up on an island. It's very, very cool. But here we are. I want to get to the sculpture department. And I say, when in doubt, get your foot in the door, and then you're inside the big wall. Now you have to decide, how do I get from module A to D? And a project was brought to me to carve in foam the rabbit that was on the front of the Splash Boat Florida. So when I sculpted it in foam for them to decide whether or not they wanted to change the rabbit, I spoke with the people in charge and said, I want to do the clay. If I do the foam, I want to do the clay. And that's how I was admitted into the sculpture department, and then I never left. Well, while I was sitting there waiting for a project, they came in and they said, Terri, we need you to do this seat, this brand new seat, because they were using foam like in your couch. And people were getting sick on the attraction. And if they got sick on the seat, the poor cast members could peel off the corduroy. Sorry if this is graphic and creepy, but it's the truth. You could peel off the corduroy and dab the sponge stuff out, but it was wet. It was always wet. So if you've ever sat in the corduroy and thought, "Gee, what is that?" It wasn't the sick, but it was definitely that disinfecting wet. So they said,
No, it's like drying off. It's like taking a shower and drying off with a wet towel.
yeah. And
Ew.
and so they said we've got to do a polyfoam seat, and you have to create channels so that the sickness migrates to the middle so that we can quickly wipe it down, disinfect it, and put a new corduroy seat over it and Velcro it in place. So
Wow.
there I am working on it when the orientation of the newbies for both Walt Disney Pictures and Imagineering is there. And they're, "What are you doing, Terry?" And I rather not say. Move along. I don't want to talk about it. "Oh, come on. You always talk about it." And so I said, "It's the vomit seat for Star Tours." And everyone in the group, about 20 people, went, so they I'm sorry. I don't want to make you guys sick, but not everything is glamorous.
We
And
all
they're
have
saying-
really tough stomachs around
Yeah,
here, from what I
and
hear.
it's still used today. It's still, my sculpture is still used today, where my rabbit is gone, except
There's
for
a
in Tokyo.
pin. There's a pin coming for the vomit seat.
Is there?
There's a pin coming.
Someone will be like, "I know what this is."
No, that'll be the best pin in the world. Everyone will like, I
It'll
want
go
that
viral.
one.
It would
go
might-
viral.
It could. It
It'll
might.
have an arrow that says, "Do you know what this is?" And
When you know, you
everyone will
know.
wear it. Yeah, it'll be that special club. But I'm telling you, it was one of those things. I did a lot of things that were fun. Never got to sculpt Mickey Mouse because they have a set of artists that could do Mickey Mouse, and so, which was fine, because I like sculpting all kinds of other things and things like that. But yeah, so you try to be smiling, and it's but not all of it is glamorous, so.
Life's never glamorous.
So
I think-
yes, Jackson, the Body Wars was such a good attraction, but that just goes to show you that someone comes up with a color combination, and it's
Yeah.
like, thanks for playing,
So
So it was a
fascinating.
shame. It was a shame. Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I really think we could pick your brain forever.
Yeah.
I
It's
really
funny.
think yeah.
It's a very funny thing, because I was at the Villages in Florida and I did 8 different presentations. They asked me to do 8 different presentations. Lord love them. I did one on my rose float experience. I've done rose floats, and they wanted to know what it was like to be a woman with Disney. And I said, not easy. In fact, being a woman during my day and age across the board wasn't easy, but it doesn't mean you don't do it. You just say to yourself, the main thing is you got to look yourself in the mirror every single day. Do not stab a friend in the back or throw them under the bus, because they will be your greatest champion. But if you don't treat them seriously and kindly, and you are as laissez-faire as we've seen so many people be with people that are close to them, do something nice for someone else if you're depressed, because it takes it off of you and puts it on other people that need the help, and you feel better for it. And then visit those you haven't visited in a while. Especially, this has been the big thing for being over 60 for me, because we don't know when they might cross over. And I thank God for all the people that I hadn't seen in a long time, that I am having a mission working to get out to see them face to face just one more time. And I'm very grateful. You're not going to be able to do that with everyone, but give them a call and have that visit and reminisce over that thing, like you guys are doing with me tonight. It's a very special thing. I lost my parents, and I for the first time in my life, after losing my parents, I am a faith-based person, and I thought, oh, I know where they are. I'm going to be fine. But I got so depressed, and it's been hard for me to even say that word, because I don't get depressed. I got so depressed I couldn't work in my studio. And I knew right away that I can't create my art. What's going on with that? That's a flag. And the other one was when people took pictures of me, I was no longer smiling. So I said, oh man, there's some heavy stuff that's inside that I have to think about doing. And I'm learning that I don't have one yet, but I'm about to. I've always thought that a therapist was something that you needed or you didn't, but I'm thinking now for this day and age, it's a tool that must be in your toolbox. Your mental health is number one,
Yes.
and don't think it's any mark against you for asking for help. And one of the things that'll really light you up is there's I think it's on Netflix, but I'm not sure. It's a documentary called The Weight of Gold, and it's about athletes after they've won gold medals
Yeah.
and the challenges they face because they think that they're broken if they can't solve it themselves, and many have gone as far as to take their own lives because they're so miserable. They're treated
Yes.
so listen to what they have to say and get help. Sometimes you don't want it to be your friends or your spouse. That's me because I don't know what kind of anger is inside. There's something in there and I don't know what it is. So I don't want my family and my husband to be the result of it. I had to fight for my father's life a couple of times. I had to be a tiger when everyone else was being nice and they thought, you know, the hospital, your sister brings us donuts and does drawings. And I stood there and said, yeah, but if you cross me with my dad, I'll cut you.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So because this is your mom and your dad, and you had to tell them, I'm not here to bring you donuts. I'm here for you to answer to because you were messing with my dad or you're messing with my mom.
Yeah.
And it was a part that it was like, Terry, you need to be an adult now, which I hate.
Oh, I hate it
I
too.
love being the kid. I
Me
love
too.
being the frivolous, happy, la la kid. And now I have to be in the cases with my parents. I had to protect my father. I had to make sure that kind of stuff happened or protect someone that you care about. You have to be that champion for them. And so if you are going through this stuff, find a professional who gets you or you get or whatever so that a professional can take it if your inner dragon is released.
Yes.
So if you come from someone who's like this and people are used to you being like this and all of a sudden you're, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
and spittle is coming from your mouth and you look like a crazy person, she just sits there with the pad, or he does, and says, okay, something's amiss today. You know, where you can just so I've said this to my husband, and my husband is taking care of his mother now. And he doesn't understand after a day at being with his mom that he comes home and crashes, just sleeps for like 4 or 5 hours. This is because you are trying to keep that good external mask working so you can get answers from doctors who don't seem to be about healing you anymore.
Terry, that is so well said. And
So,
I gotta tell you this. So I'm a man of the cloth. I'm not preachy. I'm a faith-based person.
mhm,
But you know, I had to go through like chaplain training and a lot. But I as somebody who I'm in nonprofit stuff and churchy, I call it churchy stuff because I'm too afraid to say, oh yeah, you know. But you know, I was ordained the same Mr. Rogers, the same exact place where Mr. Rogers was ordained. That was how I was ordained. So
oh
I
wow.
I'm very I'm not I care about people's mental health
Mhm.
and just the same. And I think what you just said was just beautiful because I feel that way in a place where even I I have better weeks some days and
Mhm.
not good weeks the next. And to find what you said, to find somebody who can hear your story and to kind of like work with you through it. It's just
And
we
be a
all,
professional, because if you're worried about hurting the
Mhm.
person you're confiding in,
Yeah,
creating a barrier.
yeah,
And trust me, right now, if you like separate presidents. They have
Yeah.
blocked 30 years of friendship. I don't want to know you anymore
Right.
because you're following XYZ. This breaks my heart. Okay.
That's not what it is.
I mean, we're America. Yes, you may feel like the other person is got some problem, but remember why you guys have been friends for 30 years and don't forget it. But
Yeah.
you don't want to lash out
No.
at that person because they may not be able to understand that it is not you lashing out at them. It's getting out all that's inside, right?
I love that.
Yeah.
And let's talk a little bit after, because we're live streaming, and I don't want to
guys,
get too
don't mean to
personal. I
do
want to
this to
respect
you
you.
all,
Oh,
but
no. I think I don't
everybody
want to do this
needs-
to you.
We're artists who are empathetic. The world around us affects our art
Yes.
and affects how we feel about art. And so we need you to survive and still create. You're saying, I got to do something. What do I got to do? Is basically what I'm.
And I think
Well,
what you Go
I
ahead,
think this is really good to hear this from you too, because I think a lot of people do think like, that the life of a creator or an artist or a puppeteer or whatever, like you're working with Jim Henson, like gotta be great, gotta be awesome, But we all have great days and we all have really hard ones. And I really like your advice to prioritize your mental health, because that's something that I see that is the cost of success way too much. Like people will, like we saw this a lot with old pop stars and old artists, big names. They used to be really popular but really crazy, because they never got the help they needed to get. And so I really like
Well,
that.
and they felt like maybe they had to do it themselves. I got
Right,
this far. I have to
right,
do it. I have to do it. And nothing says you have to do it. Nothing
right.
says that you have to. You can be a faith-based person, but as you said, Jeff, you don't need to be preachy about it. You preach it as you emulate from yourself that
Hmm.
this is what I believe, this is my thing, and whatever your thing is cool, but
Hmm.
don't diss mine because that's not cool. So
Yeah.
so basically, but artists are very empathetic because the art that they experience comes from the influences they have around them and you have around you. So if it starts to wane, which mine did, I've never been able to go into my studio and not create. So it was very scary for me. And I didn't know how to deal with it at first, and and then I had this whole thing that I had to go through. So the only reason I'm sharing this with you is because it can happen to any of us. I
Yeah.
didn't think it would be something I would ever have to deal with. I've got this, and then all of a sudden I realized,
Yeah.
so on a
I think
lighter
that's
note,
wonderful advice.
someone had a question about talking Mickey Mouse.
Oh,
You see
I
how I
did
segue?
earlier. Well, I didn't know if it
How
was
did
a
you
like-
remember that? We
know.
just your brain is like
I
you just
know.
put a great pin in it, and you're like, by the way,
I can't
Well,
believe
because
it.
if you're listening live and you're like, my goodness, what am I listening to? This is usually a upbeat show. And you're
You're
talking about
listening.
depression and everything. I don't like it. So we'll
We-
talk
Well-
about something upbeat for you.
let's
now.
do it, and then let's
And
respect
then
it.
Jackson's got to do a outro, right, Jackson? After this
You have
question.
time, Jackson, because there's always a part 2 if you need it.
Yes,
Oh,
definitely.
I'm gonna need several
go-
more than that, but
I'll
yeah,
go
let's
after this if you want to keep talking. We
Yeah.
could
So
do.
in a
we could-
short nutshell, can you just tell us about the talking Mickey Mouse? Because it is fascinating. And I know the listeners will really want to hear that.
Talking Mickey Mouse was years ago. We tried to do Talking Mickey Mouse, but unfortunately, technology had not caught up with this vision. So, in order to make Mickey Mouse talk, we had what was called the Big One system, which was a giant thing you rolled, and then you radio controlled Mickey from a Big One system, much like dinosaurs and the Ninja Turtles. So I'm in oblivious doing my thing. I never do one thing, I do a bunch. And I get a call from Las Vegas, and Las Vegas says, Terri, I'm sick of male puppeteers. And I'm like, okay, you got the right Terri? I don't know. Who is this? And she said, I want to fly you out. I hear you're an excellent puppeteer. I need to fly you out, and I need you to work on this talking Mickey Mouse that we have designed for Disney. And because we go to Disney Studios and we demonstrate it next week. How quick can you get on a plane? No, what's your name again? I ask. And the woman says, oh, it's da 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 da. I've got a ticket waiting for you. So I jump on a plane, I go to Vegas. This is where when you're young, you try to be of service and it doesn't matter. Can you twist yourself in a pretzel and still work the puppet? You say, yes, because I want the job. As you get older, you say, no, that's not going to work. But let me help you show you how it's going to work. So I fly in and there is this lovely Mickey Mouse head, much like the one you see now, except for the one now. The reason it didn't happen 15 years ago and the reason it's happening in this time frame is because things turned into a little chip that plugs into the head with pre-programmed talking and movements. It can be altered, sometimes probably with a phone. And it's the technology just caught up, which was great. So this is what happens when you're building something and you're creating something. If what you're creating doesn't quite, coagulate for you, set it on the shelf and wait for technology to catch up to you. That's what Walt did. So this is what we did with this. We had this mouse, and she said, nobody can puppeteer it. And I was like, that's strange, because I know two of the people that you hired, they should be killing it with this head, And then I put my hands in it. So when you have a system that works the talking Mickey Mouse when programming, this is the Waldo, okay? This makes it talk. This is the joystick. And for you people who play video games, you know what this is, but we're going to tell you it anyway. This is what attenuates all of the facial expressions that's not this. So, yeah, but blinking and expressions like and like this are all done on the joystick. You can push it forward to get certain expressions, backwards, and you program it all. You can swing in between so that if you want to swing from happy to sad, you just roll it and it goes through the different expressions. So I put my hands on these two controls, and when I do this, Mickey does this, blinks. And when I do this, his mouth moves. And I said, oh, no. And they said, what? And I said, you've got to switch this. So I guess the two people before me tried to make it work. But I said, no, you've got to change this. And the guy says, it's going to take me all night to change it. I said, well, you got two choices, my friend. You can make it so that it does this. There is no reason I should retrain my physical body to do your character because all the other characters work this way. And he said, it's going to take me all night. I said, so you can either put me on a plane and find someone who's willing to be flexible, or you got to change it. So he says, if I change it, can you guarantee me you can make it work? I said, I can't make it work this way. So they sent me to dinner. And the next day I came and he did it. And I started to program it. And I made Mickey go, you need me. You need me. So I made the lips purse, expand. You need me. You need me. And blink. And they went crazy. They were like, oh my God, you're amazing. No, I just and I said, so they were so excited. They were so excited. They said the other guy told Disney that Henson should be doing this while we were standing there, which is just not cool. And they were really upset. They were And I said, well, I'm glad you're happy now. What's the story? What do you do next? We're going to go to Terri. We're going to go to Disney Studios and we're going to demonstrate it for Roy Disney. But please don't open your mouth. Yeah. Please don't say anything to Mr. Roy Disney. Please just perform the puppet and let us do the talking. Cool. No problem.
Yeah.
So I asked him, how did he ever decide to put the mouth not here? And he's a guitarist.
Oh.
So to him, that translated. And I was like, ah.
You got him. You got him.
Yeah.
Right
So to wrap it up, we were at Disney. Roy comes in and says, Terri, what are you doing here? I said, I'm going to demonstrate Mickey for you today. And he says, oh, that's wonderful. And they were shocked. But I said, did I mention to you I'm an Imagineer and I've worked with Roy for over 10 years? So to ignore him would have been rude, but I could see that you were nervous. So no problem. So we went to Florida. We performed this character, but they tried to have me teach the voice people how to do the audio animatronics. And the voice people were like, not happening, you know. Not happening. I'm doing the voice only. So
You did a good voice right there.
So
That's a
to
good voice of the
bed.
voice people.
exactly, not happening. I'm gonna have my coffee. I'm gonna do my voice, and then I'm out of here. So, which is fine.
Coffee right now.
But that's why it took 15 years before you got to see Mickey. And the first time I saw Mickey was after COVID, when he was leading the trams back with Disneyland, and he was doing his thing. So to think that I had something to do with that foundation mouse is something that I'll cherish all the time. It was a lot of fun. Do I get to perform him? No, but now you just put a little chip in there, and boom, he can perform in the parades. He was scaring children when he started talking in front of kids. They
I brought
didn't
my
like
kids.
they
I
didn't
was
like.
there. I
Yeah,
brought
they
my
don't.
kids.
They
We
don't
didn't
like
know
it,
about
do
it.
they?
Well, one of them was like, I mean, he was
Yeah.
old enough, he didn't start crying, but it was a shock because we had been there so many times and I hadn't read up on that particular Meet Mickey. And we just went in, and that's why I wanted to ask you about it, because my youngest was like, it was just taken back.
And
You know,
it's
when
so
you're
funny because children see this. This is not, well, he's a kid and I didn't see it. The children see that moving. So when they see it really moving, it became too creepy. And so that's why a lot of times talking Mickey Mouse is a distance from children, or they're in the parade because it's just a little easier for people to do. But so there you go. There's that. And at some point, everyone, if you need a part 2, I'm at your service.
Yeah, and I would love a part 2, and I want to keep going. Hey, I'm here as long whenever you want to shut it down, you can go. But let's do this. So we're live streaming, and Jackson, Jackson, why don't you lead us out, and then after that, I'm gonna shut the live stream down. But anything that we record after, we could do like bonus features. I've never thought of that.
You could
that
put
would
them
be
on your Patreon page. What? You don't
why
have
not?
one?
No, we'll send it to you. Whatever you want. I don't care. I just love having good conversations. Is really what the truth.
Yeah.
And
I didn't want
so-
your audience to feel neglected or not get a chance to say.
Well,
what they had
no,
to say,
our audience knows
but-
exactly who we are. We are the page where.
But Google my name. You can find me. If you had a question that was unanswered, just write to me and I will be happy to answer.
That's
No
perfect
problem.
for us. We're a
Yeah.
vault of Disney stories and ideas and Disney everything. All the stories, our podcast is called Sharing the Magic. We could be called Preserving the Magic.
True.
And that's probably a better name for us, which I think is less catchy, but it's more truthful to, I think, who we are.
Well, and you can always, if you decide you want to make a change like that, you ask your audience, or you talk to them about, you can talk to them. Like with on my Patreon page, I said, guys, I've got to tone down my live streams for both the page and for the public on YouTube, because I need time to work, and I'm shifting from low-hanging fruit like Disney stuff to some of my own stuff. And that's what I worked hard to be retired for, and to travel and do my own stuff. So I said I'll do a live for the patrons, and I do a Zoom, and then I do pre-record once a week.
And you did wonderful tonight, and this was just
you're welcome. I
this is our I think this is, what do you think, Jackson? Do you think this is like, what is it, 3rd live stream?
Yeah, I think this went really well.
I hope so. You'll hear from your people if it didn't.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll
but
hear
here's
from our
the thing.
people that they want you back, right?
But I'll tell you what you said it. We're not about the clicks. We're
Thank you.
not.
I
We
know,
are
but-
about we are a podcast that probably we're kind of an enigma. We're silly. We're different because
Well, being an enigma is a good thing.
and we are because
Mhm.
if you look at our history, like why are we still going? We're going with hundreds of podcasts, keep going. I make jokes. We're like the cockroaches or the Twinkies of Disney. You know, like we keep going and the apocalypse happens, but there's a reason. But it's not because of popularity. That is not why.
No. Yeah,
Because
it's just
of
good content, isn't it?
I don't even know if it's that, to be honest. And I have to be humble and to say I sure hope so. I would love
Yeah.
that to be the case, but the truth is we just Barry. I love Barry, and we all love Barry.
Yeah.
And Barry is just a humble, good, sweet man who
Mhm.
we all love, and he's made over the years just relationships with
Yeah.
all the Disney people. So why am I here? Why are we all I don't know. Why do we get to talk about to you and to all these amazing Disney people every year? I'm starstruck. We're all starstruck every week after week after week. It's so silly. Like why in the world do we get to interview people like you? I don't know. I don't know why, but I'm
I
happy that
think
we
that
get to.
especially when we get older, so like if you have your, like you were saying, Bill Farmer, Floyd Norman, Bob Gurr,
Yeah.
all of these people are older now, and they ask themselves, if I were to taper off and become retired, what do I want to keep? And what they
Mm,
want to keep is inspiring you all to do what we've done. You know, yes, we are unicorns. I have to admit that I'm someone who has no fear of going through a door that I know nothing, very little about. So when I was given Dragon's Lair to do, I had never done an attraction before, but I knew dragons. So I ran through the door first and worried about how I was going to make it happen afterwards, because that door can close and then you can't get in again. So always run through that door of opportunity and figure it out later. You'll be fine. And Bob Gurr says the same thing. Floyd says the same thing. They all say the same thing. But they want to give back. They want you to know that in this world where AI is causing fear for many, that your original art is your original art,
mm.
and that you will still be, you're still going to be good, but we have to start thinking about, how how are we going to present it in such a way that AI doesn't take it from us, So many photographers are not putting their stuff on social media anymore because AI is taking it to build things that people write. A eagle flies through the
I
mountains, and
know.
then there it is, and you go, wait a minute, that's my,
I
all
know.
these artists going, those are mine. So they're going. So what's happening is art studios are opening up again, live art studios and art shows, and to me, this is what's really cool. So, there's it's just let's be careful with that Pandora's box. Open it carefully.
Oh, and we're not. And we've had so
Are
many
so not.
and I got to we're not. I have to be honest in that sense. We're not, but I will say this. We, like a lot of good friends on the podcast who are animators and look, I'm just talking from somebody who's a millennial who grew up seeing I want to come back home. I want to be back home. I think a lot of us, we've opened Pandora's box, and I think I'm gonna, I don't know if this is true. So everyone and Terry, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a Pollyanna, but think, I think everything you've said on the podcast is perfect. I think it's exactly um, the inspiration. If I was watching as a young artist, I would want to hear, and even as a middle-aged artist, I'm glad you said the things that you said, because I think I think you're right, and yeah, I think that's all I have
Well,
to
I
say.
have to tell you,
Yeah.
thank you, because that's the decision that I think why you guys are getting people to come on when they do. We realize that this is the platform to
Mhm.
reach younger people, this is where they look to get inspired or to get an idea or to hear something that's going to help them feel better. So I think that's why I know that Bill Farmer and all these people that you guys have interviewed, this is what they want to instill to you, that you can do it. And what are they doing to preserve what they think, like Bill Farmer, we were talking about the other day, if something can just take your voice and utilize it against you.
The best thing about Goofy and Bill is it's hard because there's ups and downs. There's ups and downs.
Yeah.
And ups. AI can't. So guess what?
Yeah.
It take and I don't.
I'm so sorry, guys. I gotta step out. Jeff, you gotta finish this one for me. Terry, it's been amazing to meet you. I got like 4 missed calls. I gotta get back to people.
Everybody is like, why
I know.
are you not
There's a
answering
lot
my
going
call,
on.
Jackson?
So Terry,
when you get Jeff
that was
with
so amazing
goofy
to meet
voice.
you. So thank you so much
it's great
for coming
to meet
on.
you too. And if I missed anything, you feel free to write. Okay.
And Jackson,
Oh yeah, I will.
Jackson, okay.
You guys have a wonderful time, and
Yeah.
I will talk to you next time. Okay.
All right, my friend.
Bye-bye.
Tell everyone it's my fault. I put people in bunny
No,
slippers all the
it's
time.
Oh,
always
you're
my
fine.
fault.
It was a
It's always
privilege.
me.
It was amazing.
Great. It's appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, Jackson's wonderful, and
He's-
it's always when everyone gets me in a talking about voice stuff, I'm like, oh no.
Well, and all this kind of stuff, it's like one of the things that I'm warning people of is one of the hottest gifts at Christmas was these glasses that have the cameras here. You can Google them. They're on Amazon and they have a camera here. And people bought them like crazy, and they were probably thinking that they could, at any given time film who they're looking at. But what they're not thinking about is their Meta. My husband is very involved with this kind of stuff. And Meta can kick it on when they want.
Yeah.
So assume you're looking at your passport, your driver's license, your business, your account, you're doing your bills, and you have these glasses on. Because they could be taking in your personal information.
And that stuff, that what scares me more? It's like when I turn on Disney something, I want to hear actual voices.
Me too.
And puppets. Like think of all the puppetry. I want that organic. Oh, I just saw Project Hail Mary.
Oh, you did?
I did. And it was so wonderful. Why? Because Rocky was puppeted.
Yeah.
It wasn't CGI.
Cool.
They went back and they puppeted him. And it was why is this movie doing so well and so good? Here's the reason. It's because Rocky was a puppet. And there were people interacting and up and doing things with Rocky. And I was like, this is like E.T. all over again. This is beautiful. And it's because there was no animatron. It was just, and puppetry is beautiful because it's true. It's a good interaction, and it's acting.
It calms people. The number one thing that people are nervous about is public speaking. Okay. And if you have a puppet, the puppet can do your public speaking for you, and you can just stand next to it and provide it with the voice.
Yeah.
So I say to people, if you have a puppet do it for you, they're going to be looking here. They're not going to be looking here.
Right.
And it works magic for you. If you need to speak from the stage for whatever reason, a puppet's gonna help you. Why, thank you. Your puppet's gonna help you to do this kind of thing. It's also a confident for you. I have several things where kids build a buddy, and that buddy can become their confidant if they're ever in a situation where they can't necessarily talk to their parents, or they need something other than their parents, which was my bridge to my parents. Not that I couldn't talk to them, but the puppet just seemed to be readily available for stuff like that. So yeah. All I'm thinking is, Dawn, it's getting late for you, girl.
It's getting late for you, Terry, sweetheart. It's getting late
I'm
for
looking
you
at her
too.
going, she's on Florida time. How
No,
you doing?
I was worried because when Jackson left, and I don't know if we're still live, but when Jackson left,
are
it said
live.
recording stopped. So I
Uh-huh.
wanted to make sure we still have this recorded.
Yeah, we
Okay,
are.
cool.
We're still
Okay.
live. We're
Okay,
still
and
going
Venerina-
on our Facebook
Okay,
friends.
well,
but
listen, this is a really interesting question, and this is Venerina's question. She texted me and asked if you do ventriloquism
Nope.
when you're doing the puppet.
And
Nope.
and you want to know why? Because people watch your mouth more than the puppet. They're waiting for you to make a mistake. But I learned that from Waylon Flowers and Madam. Do you guys know who that is? Look him up.
No.
He's amazing.
Okay.
So I was 16 and I went to a puppet theater where I met a woman named Jeannie. She had pink cotton candy hair and she taught me, she loved my marionettes and she let me design a show for her. And she took me to a gathering of puppeteers. One of them was Renee and his artists, very famous for live shows. Bob Baker, who is a name that's a household word, but if not, he has a puppet theater here in Los Angeles. You also have, so it was all these people, but Waylon Flowers was a #1 Vegas talk show puppeteer. And he did these sort of grotesque characters were built for him. And he had this old woman. And this old woman would say, so I was on the bus the other day. So he would just have this amazing puppet. I was on the bus the other day. And I got off the bus, and while I was walking, I saw this woman come, and this woman was walking towards me, and I said, oh my goodness. 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 Do you think she knows? So I thought to myself, I walked up and said, excuse me, ma'am, but do you know your titties hanging out?
Can
And
we
the
say
woman
that?
said, and the
Streaming?
woman said, oh my gosh, I left the baby on the bus. So, so this was the
Make
kind
me
of thing
laugh.
Waylon did. Forgive me if those of you were offended.
No, we're not offended. I'm just.
That's so
he-
funny. That's so
I'm
funny.
blushing. 'cause
He
it's
did
so
that,
funny.
and I could not watch him. So I met him. Jeannie knew him, and I came up and I said, have you ever thought to do ventriloquism? And he said, no. He said, because the puppet has to be more compelling than you. And that way you just provide that. They don't want to watch you doing, they've seen you talk. So you do the puppet so vibrant, so exciting that they don't see this. But if you notice, ventriloquists, people are always watching to see how they don't move their mouths in order to form the words. And that's fine if that's your gig, but it has never been a requirement for a puppeteer because a puppeteer just makes that arm and the character on said arm more compelling than their face. And it's amazing, but I've never had a challenge. No, I've never had a challenge with it. And it's, and people love watching Henson or any puppeteers who have the characters above them and we're watching monitors below because we're acting out in our faces what the puppeteer, we're doing it down below. So it's kind of fun to watch what we're doing down below, but people can't keep it up. They want to go up and watch because the characters are just so much more dynamic and fun. So as a puppeteer, your character just has to be more dazzling than your face, and it's easy enough to do. It's easy enough because you're vested in it. So I have a cat that I did on the 50th anniversary. I performed for a lot of people, probably about 200 people before I went to stand in line for the opening of Disneyland. And I had my cat with me, and I told my cat that we were celebrating a mouse that was 6 foot, 5 foot tall. And my cat has a fear of mice. So he began to shake and get frightened and scared. And I said, no, 5 feet. And he just started to really have a meltdown. And I said, sorry, guys, I got to give him a minute. And I took him through his breathing exercises. He did his breathing exercises. And then he started to talk to people and be more comfortable. And then I said hello to the audience. And there were some Japanese people in the back. And my cat leaned up and said, Japanese people are here? And he said, yeah. And he says, do they speak English? And I said, I don't think so. So he went, Ohayo gozaimasu. Ayato ishiteimasu. And they all giggled. The whole row giggled. So the first thing was hello, and the second one was I love you.
No.
And so you can do these different phrases and languages to make people feel comfortable, and they automatically take to the puppet character. So having a puppet, if you're vested, they will be vested. You don't worry about what your mouth is doing or how your mouth is talking, because they'll watch it maybe for a little bit and they'll realize they'll go, no, I don't want to watch that person. I want to see what the cat's doing, or the, my little fruit stripe dude, or whatever I've got, then they want to know what they're up to. So yeah, it's a good question though. It's a question I get a lot. Do you want to do ventriloquism? Because I asked it. They went, nope,
No,
not
not at all.
necessary.
And I don't think, even in voice acting, they say, there's, is it a trick voice or is it a voice? And a trick voice is like, some people say Mickey or Donald. Anyone could do that. It's just about putting air in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not acting, and I, not to say people that do Donald don't do acting, but I think to be a ventriloquist, it's a lot about, people, oh, can you do that? But the truth is, with what you do, like puppetry, it's acting.
Yeah.
And it is acting in a form that's, I think, is more profound than acting. There's a reason why a lot of comedians, they make so good actors right off the bat. They can just they can just go into a sitcom. They can just go in, look at Robin Williams. The guy was one of the most heartfelt, heart actors, dramatic. Why? Because he could do comedy. And if you could do comedy, you can do drama. And I think, when I don't have puppets, but I have a few. And it's like, when I look at these they're not silly, but when
I have socks.
Yes. There you go.
But when I look
There
at
you
them
go.
in the eye, I go,
My favorite kids, socks.
these things have a soul. They have a soul. They have a mind. They have a heart. And
Yeah.
And I
Jeff,
think,
we can't hear you as good. Your mic is down or something.
sorry, it's over here. Okay. Well, when I do the puppet stuff, it's like they have a heart, they have a mind, they have a soul. When you look into their eyes, it feels like, and there's something to that, I think. And in your history, I'm going to gush for a second, if that's okay. But I think with your history and what you've done, and talking to you over this past, second time, you have a real empathy. And I think empathy and humility are two kind of like threads that we've talked about a lot over this podcast. One is, the humility of I don't know, I'll have to listen back to it. But those are the two things that pop in my head: humility and empathy. And maybe, Dawn and Venerina, maybe if you want to hop on.
I was just going to say what you had said earlier, when you were talking about sending the message. And one thing that I have heard that has stuck with me that I keep hearing just in different areas, not even just here on this podcast, but is people can only meet you where they are. Because you were saying, Terri, something about when you're telling somebody something, they may not understand it, or if they're interpreting it different, because people can only meet you where they are, actually. So we always have to take that into consideration. But I'm not a therapist, and I do recommend therapy for everybody. In fact, therapists go to therapy. But I did want to ask you before this ends, this is totally taken a 90-degree turn, because I did want to ask you about Splash Mountain. Now, it's Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Jeff, did you want, because she carved and sculpted Brewer Rabbit and Brewer Fox. Where the heck are they since that has been done, and how do you feel about it? And I love the ride, so it's nothing negative. I'm just wondering what
No,
did they
no,
do?
no, but you bring out a certain point. This is the other thing that Disney didn't do. They didn't ask people, or they asked the wrong people. This is a great question for me because I come from both worlds. And that's exactly it. I remember a woman said, you look like a white chick that wants to be black. And I said, half of me does.
Mm.
And she stood there and stared at me for a while. I just kept going, but she'll get it sometime when she realizes that I'm half black. So maybe the other half wants to be black. But the bottom line is that I think too many people worry about this, and their decision to do what they're doing is not getting the essence of it. So my problem is Song of the South does not Splash Mountain make.
Mm-hmm.
Splash Mountain has never been about Song of the South. Yes, you have Zippity Doo Dah. Yes, you have Brer Fox and you have Brer Bear, but there's no Uncle Remus. There's no, it's just about these characters in a different situation, the Briar Patch, whatever, but it's Disneyfied.
Yeah,
Because this is what Disney does. They Disneyfy things.
Mm-hmm.
And they love the song. They love the upbeat song. They love the energy of the song. And that's all it is. There is no secret code. There is no
right,
dark racist reason. They just wanted a rabbit, a fox, and a bear
right.
to have a cool time and do the bayou stuff.
And I like both rides equally. I just want to know
Mhm.
what they do with all that talented, because what part did you carve? Maybe I don't, did the
Well,
original?
the rabbit on the front of the boat and the boat you rode.
Okay,
So
so
when
where
you
is
climb
that?
into the boat and the rabbit is on the front, that boat was the texture was mine to do, and
Oh,
the first thing I
wow.
do is break up all that texture and try to do something, because you have about 10 people that start to you got 10 people that start to tell you what they want, and yet you go, okay, you guys gotta, one of you wants bark, one of you wants this, one of you wants that. Okay, which tells me you don't know what you want, so go away, let me do something, and then maybe that'll trigger your mind. I'll break up the surface and we'll see what we do. The rabbit, a lot of those rabbits were pulled off of those boats and sold and signed by Bob Gurr, which
Oh,
makes
Mm.
me laugh because Bob Gurr had nothing to do with my rabbit.
no, but he was a
Nothing.
ride vehicle part or no?
No, there was a
Okay.
guy named George who was the ride vehicle part.
Ah, gotcha.
So I don't, but Bob makes a point. They asked him to sign it. He's a legend. Why not sign it? I
Sure.
said I would have liked you to at least brought me in to sign it too. That would have been nice, since
Yeah,
I sculpted that little guy. But Bob was like,
Yeah.
yeah.
but
He's
that's what
Bob.
happened to the rabbit. I guess they popped a bunch of the rabbits off, and then the boat was probably repurposed
Yeah.
in some way to use it, because but as far as I know, it's still in Japan, because the Japanese
Okay.
said, no, we're not getting rid of Splash Mountain. We're
Good,
Oh,
fine
okay.
with it.
good
Yeah.
question, Don, because that's my favorite ride.
I
And
love
you
it.
know that's my
It's
favorite ride, and
it's a great
and I,
ride. It's a
I
fun
just miss
ride,
and
and
I miss it. And I when I knew it was going to go bye bye, I went
it's
back.
tough.
I took
Also,
all the video. I said, zippity doo.
I know, it's like you watch it. You watch it now. It was my ride.
Oh,
Da, da, da. But
it
then what
hurts.
happens
It
is a lot of
hurts.
people of color felt like, what, we get hand-me-downs
Yeah,
with
yes,
Tiana.
I know.
Okay, so you can't,
I
you've got to
know.
realize that you
I
can't
know.
please everyone. Do what you like and they will come because you loved it and you put in what you like. They'll come and enjoy it. So
Mhm.
this is what I feel like. For example, I think one of the shortcomings of Disney is they worry so much about it creating a film for women and a film for men. No, just create a film for fans and
Mhm.
we will love it. We don't need to have the woman be the ultimate hero and the white male be the ultimate piece of S.
That's true.
Okay, I'm so
Yeah.
sick of it. It's of someone's vision
Yeah.
of bad versus good. So Little Mermaid with the live action. I really hate the live action stuff. I think there's like 2 that I love that are live action that they did. But the Little Mermaid, people were getting all, in my opinion, on the wrong track. This woman is beautiful. That was the live action actress. She's also very talented singer, but she is not Ariel.
Yeah.
And I was upset personally because why should a green-eyed, red-headed white chick apologize because she has green eyes, white skin, and red hair? This is doing the same problem that you're doing with a person of color. So I felt she has sisters. Why not do a sequel where Ariel has got her legs and she's married and the sisters come to visit and her favorite sister, played by this young girl, goes to visit her, or what is her adventure live action?
Yeah.
I don't mind live action, but I never have liked tracing. And I get so sick and tired of tracing, especially when I know you can do better, Disney. I know it. I've seen it. We've felt it. And there are things that we see that escape that are really wonderful, and we want you to see how it works. So Lilo and Stitch, I liked.
That was
And
good.
I liked Lilo and Stitch because live action, you have things you've got to deal with that in animation you can't, like gravity.
Right.
Okay, you cannot do what was in the animation for live action. Know that. Don't try to
You can't do it. You
in
can't
live
do it.
action
Yeah.
with animation. Animation is magical because of what it can do. And the sequence of saving Stitch in the live action was this side of brilliant. I cried through that whole thing. I thought this is what I'm talking about. Were there areas that were a little, my husband was like, well,
They added things, they subtracted things. I don't know. But
we lost a character
the heart of
that
it was
we
good.
love, but and the reality of live action Lilo and Stitch, it doesn't need, as long as you have a live action Lilo and a live action Stitch and the live action sister, you're good. And then you play with it, and if people say, wow, I really miss Commander Bantu or whatever his name was, then there's this thing called the animated version. Watch that. So watch the animated version for the characters that you miss, but the live action tried very hard not to just verbatim trace. That's all I'm asking, is to use some creativity when you do.
Well,
the
you
live
can't
action.
you can't just shoot things live for live like the exact same. That's error
Tracing.
number one. But
It's
the other
tracing.
thing is you can't change it too much to where it's a completely different movie. That's error number two. You can fall off the horse off either side, is what I think when
In
it comes to
some
live
cases,
action.
yes, but Kenneth Branagh, with his version of live action Cinderella, is brilliant. I'm sorry, that is the best one that has ever been done. And you are laughing, you are cracking up because he pulled elements from the animated version. Because and the fairy tale, he was kind of like, hey, this is what I'm going to do. This is how we're going to do it. And I thought it was just fantastic. I really loved it. It was a bit darker than the other one, but it's still tough. But I just thought it was probably the best. And I love both. I have them together.
Oh, that's
my favorite is the Rodgers and Hammerstein went with Leslie Ann Warren. She's the real Cinderella, in my opinion. But then as a kid, she was my ultimate Cinderella because here's this long neck girl with crooked teeth. Her teeth were not perfect. It's the first thing I think of her when she smiles, that she had teeth on top of teeth, and it was just adorable. And I was at a D23, and I said, she was alone at her desk because everyone was getting things signed by Dick Van Dyke. And I said, there's my Cinderella. How's my Cinderella? And I shouted it from about 20 feet away. There's the real Cinderella. And she beamed and beamed because I have that one. And that is my favorite one. But I have them all together because there's the story being told in different ways, but everyone's being pure to their heart and interpreting it. So what I found out was that Lady and the Tramp was the first one that Walt was able to tell and not have already a pre-established fairy tale. And when I learned about that, that's one of my, oh
That's
gosh.
that's my favorite.
Woo, baby.
I can't go on Main Street without eating at Tony's Town
Oh,
Square because
oh.
I sit by the lake. I'm obsessed with
Dawn
it.
is, I could see you, Dawn, as a lady and the
I
tramp
love
type
Oh,
of girl. I think I could see you as that.
I love the what is it? Bella Notte when they
yes.
and the spaghetti scene. Oh, I love it.
You want to hear about my favorite character is Peg.
Oh
And
yeah. The Chihuahua with the hair.
I love Peg. And I've always loved Peg. I've loved all the dogs, but Peg was always special to me. I just love the way she moves. And
Sassy.
there's someone you should probably look for, which is Peggy Lee's granddaughter. If you haven't interviewed her, she's unbelievable. Holly, Holly, yeah, Holly. Anyway, she's amazing. She talks about her mom, and then you find out all that her mom did for that film. Peggy Lee did a truckload of stuff, and some of it Disney doesn't want to talk about.
I love Peggy
because
Lee.
of
I have a record.
respect.
You're
So
a tramp. And I put it on, I have Peggy Lee's out like vinyl. And I
Yeah.
don't have very many vinyls, but I put it on. It's like, you're a tramp. You're
And
a
he's the
and
tramp.
she's
Yeah.
and what a sultry, beautiful voice. And that's one of like maybe 10 actual vinyl records I put on. Peggy Lee is one
Yeah.
of hers.
well, what you realize when you listen to this presentation, how involved she was with this movie,
Mhm.
and all the things that she did that we love, that she was responsible for saving. So if you get a chance to look up Holly, she's amazing, the granddaughter. And if you ever get to have her on, she's a rock star. It's just amazing to hear the presentation and to hear the stories of her grandmother and what her grandmother did. Her grandmother wrote half the songs in that movie. She I think they said half the songs. I think it was more like 3/4 of the songs she
Well,
wrote.
the two cats.
Oh, the
Siam.
cats.
Oh, that was just brilliant, right?
The cats are
We are
incredible.
Siamese. I love it.
And
It is
back in the
hilarious.
day, they couldn't figure out how to have her do both voices, so she did. She
Wow.
figured out how they could be. It's
I've seen that video with the
You're a tramp.
tambourine and she
Oh,
has
what
You're
a
a
great-
scoundrel.
what a great story. It's just so. But Walt was relaxing because he was locked into Cinderella, Snow White. He had to make sure that there were some truths to those stories because they were fairy tales. But when he wrote Lady and the Tramp, he had the freedom to now create something that he wanted to create. And I think that's my big message to Disney is I just want them to create more.
Yes.
They have it. They can do it. They can do it.
Amen. Like
You know,
we
step
need
up.
yes, new blood, new creation.
And if you want help, come up with something and ask people that these people that you are peeking into to get ideas for what you're going to build next as
Mhm.
merchandise. You just bring these people together and have an advisory committee. There, nobody who loves Disney is trying to diss Disney out of
Oh
spite.
no.
Finger.
Yeah.
They're
of course
trying to say, stop paying people who don't care.
not. Mhm.
You know, get rid of people who are just taking the money and not yielding a product that shows that they care about the brand of that the Disney stuff.
Mhm.
And that's all. That's all. I've heard this Hoppers is pretty good. I haven't seen it yet. But I
Me
heard
either.
Hoppers is kind of cute.
Maybe it's good, but we,
I don't know.
but that's our podcast. Honestly, it's we love Disney, so we are not like, we like to celebrate the positive things, and you've done everything tonight to share. Oh, probably more. This is a good vault, by the way. If this podcast goes in the vault, oh, I guarantee it. I've never heard all these stories before. And so
Yeah.
you have shared stories with us that I guarantee that I've never heard before. And
Well, and I welcome you guys to be able to share back, but this is why I remember my first talk I gave to the Disneyana after being hired at Imagineering. And I asked them, did they want to know about my art technique? And many said
Yeah.
yes, but most said no. We want to know how you feel when you
Yeah.
when you finally got the word. What did you feel? What did you do? What do you
Yeah.
think was the changing factor? After 3 months and 9 interviews later, what do you think shifted it? I
Yeah.
yelled at them. I told them they lived in Fantasyland. I
Don't
told
give
them
up.
they were full of
Don't give up.
baloney.
Yeah.
And then they hired me. So I said, well, if I knew I was going to getting mad at you would have got me
Mhm.
hired, I would have done it weeks ago.
But it's not anger. I don't feel anything angry from you tonight. I feel like it's passion, but it's not anger. That we
That
would
that
not
day, I
have you
think
on
I was
here.
pretty upset with them. I
I'm
really
sure
yelled
you were. I'm
I
sure,
yelled
but
into the phone and told them they didn't build Fantasyland, they lived in it.
yeah,
So,
but I don't
and
sense
I
that
don't know what the
tonight.
people on the other side felt,
Sure.
but the next day they hired me and I just started laughing. I was like, this is this is
Yeah.
crazy.
But
So,
but
It's your
nothing about your
honesty, right?
yeah.
It's your
yeah.
honesty
And
because
sometimes the dream you
Mhm.
believe the dream is, when you get your dream, and many actors will tell you this too, it might not be what you thought it was going to be.
It never is. It never
So,
is.
so now
Yeah.
you've got to say, am I okay to deal with some of this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it something that, like this new Muppet Show, people were like, did you get picked? And I said, no, because I've always been straight with Brian.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always said I'm a member of a union. I believe in my Screen Actors Guild union. So
Yes.
bear that in mind if you're deciding to do anything that is against the union. I
Right.
say it like that. Okay. So that way, if he wants to do this, he doesn't hire me.
Yeah.
And that is that's walking out on a plank, but I don't feel it's fair to you go in and you see something and then you say something. I just warn him that if I see it, I'm going to say something.
Sure.
So that was one thing that I did, and then the other thing is I don't want to work with toxic people.
Of
And
course not.
every organization has some toxic people, and Henson is not immune. So I always ask who's working on the project. And if they
Mhm.
name a couple of the toxic people, I don't go.
Of
I'm at
course.
the point now where I don't want to work with people that are simply out to hurt others. I'm done. And I'm
Smart.
clear. So when people say, but wouldn't you like to work on the Muppets? Not if I have to sacrifice something that's working with Jim was such a fun environment. It was playful and upbeat and
Uh-huh.
kind. There were times
He
it would
could
get
be
scary.
like Walt, where
Yeah,
he
I
could
don't
be
think
kind of
I have to be honest. I don't think it was like Walt as much
okay.
as he would say, we had these big giant television monitors. Now it's like an iPad, but there were, and now they're thin TVs, so you can't do it. But people would put their coffee on top of these giant monitors, and he'd say, "If I catch you, whoever's putting this coffee on here, you're out. You're in trouble because if it tipped, it ruined everything inside the monitor,
Oh.
and the monitors were were a lot of money." So one
That
day
sounds like my dad.
one day the we were doing Muppet Mini Classics and we heard this
Oh no.
and Jim went, "What? Who? Huh? Who did it?"
He had pet peeves.
This was like, now you gotta like this was when these monitors were expensive and not $2. But it was like, who? And Frank Oz went, "It was me." And all of us were like, "Oh, thank God."
Oh, thank God it wasn't the intern that brings coffee, in the
But
morning.
he goes, "Frank, really?" But if anyone could have done it and not gotten, but that's
Fired.
what I mean. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you watch it, everyone's like, "Oh no, I hope it wasn't me. I hope it wasn't me."
Oh.
And then it turned out to be Frank. Frank says, "Whoops, I'm sorry." Jim was
Wow.
like, "Really?" So there were some intense moments, but they were playful. So for example, whenever Jim was interviewed, they would stand behind the interviewer, his A team, and with puppets they'd poke them out or they'd go like this, and Jim would be watching, and then at one point he'd say to the interviewer, "Can we pause for a moment?" Thank you. Get out. You know, they would all go,
That's
but they
funny.
were always messing, and he knew they were going to mess. And then if you were being interviewed, like if Frank was being interviewed, then Jim would be behind the interviewer. So they played and they did all this stuff. So it was fun. Even if you got scolded, you knew that it wasn't venomous and it wasn't toxic. But with some of these people, it can be very toxic, and you can definitely tell the difference. You've worked with toxic people before, and there comes a chance when you say, no,
Absolutely.
I don't want to work with them. So,
What's your favorite project from all of everything you've done? Sculpting to ride input to puppeteering. What has been your ultimate favorite thing that stays with you today?
that is a really good question. And I will tell you that the Dragon's Lair was my mother of dragons moment.
Ooh,
To be
do we have
able to
time
do
to hear that?
that entire attraction from the ground up was, and people go, how'd you get it done? You're a woman. I said, yeah, that was the other thing, being a woman, to get awarded that. Thank you, Tony Baxter. I love you forever. And I was standing in Imagineering doing rock work, and sculptors said, rock work, oh gosh, that must be terrible. You know, sculpture, at least you can do figures and landscapes. And I go, no, rock work is challenging because there are God is God moments in rock work. So when you're doing rock work, if you try to do a papoose rock or an Indian head rock, they look like garbage because God is God. So you can't do those kind of rocks. That you can't. You can try, but it's not going to work. So you have to realize that for most sculpture, you go from A to Z. With rock work, you stop at around OP, and you have to know when to stop. So I learned some very valuable training in rock work, but I was working with a person who was a terrible chauvinist, who was very toxic, and I finally took him to task. I finally pushed him up against the wall and said if he didn't want his head to be in a different location, he was going to need to start to treat me like the coworker that I am, or I was going to hurt him. And this may sound violent and difficult, but I said to him, stop it. I block what I block, you block what you block, and we'll carve it. You stay on your side of Big Thunder, I'll stay on my side. And for some reason, standing up for myself impressed him in some way. But I went to my supervisor and said, this guy is difficult to work with. And he said, oh man, I was hoping you could work with him because no one else will work with him. What? What? He said, well, you're so gregarious. We thought maybe you could get along with them.
That's why they stuck you with him. It's
And I
because
was
you're a
like,
woman.
well,
Oh,
I sat there
like-
and I said to myself, you know, you could have warned me. And they go, well, we didn't want you to have any preconceived ideas. I get that. But I said, look, because I'm
not
going to
cool,
stick with
though.
this guy because no one else can work with him, I'm going to stick with him. And after that, I want to pick the attraction I'm going to work on. And I saw Dragon's Lair, which was a stone dragon. Stone. Stone, meaning
Perfect
not
opportunity.
not animated.
Perfect.
And I sat there and I said, what's that? And they said, it's a stone dragon. It's for underneath the castle. And I was like, excuse me, what? And my supervisor said, what do you mean, excuse me? What? Did I stutter? And I said, no, you didn't stutter, but it's stone. Yeah, so? What do you mean, yeah, so? Aren't we Disney? Isn't Disney about animation? Aren't we supposed to animate this dragon? No, Terry, it's a stone dragon. No, wait. I'm not comprehending this. So this was my problem. I'm standing with my supervisor going, no, this cannot be. This cannot be. This is wrong. And he said, well, it is what it is. And I said, no. There's someone who made this decision. So where do I go? Who do I talk to? And he said, well, I said, I guess Tony Baxter would be the one. Okay, where is this Tony Baxter? Get him down here. And they said, you can't get him down here. He's senior vice president of Imagineering. I said, okay, I'll go see him. Call him up, tell him I'm coming. No, you just don't go see him. You make an appointment. Well, then let's do it because this is wrong. This has to happen. And this has to happen immediately. And he said, you're not going to let this go. No, I'm not going to let this go. So he said, okay, I'll call, but can you keep your presentation to 20 minutes? Now, you all have been here tonight. You know that this is a good question to ask me.
That's
Otherwise,
hard.
you're in your
I couldn't. I'd be
you're,
like,
you're in your bunny slippers and your bathrobe and still saying, I really want to get some sleep.
yeah.
I love your stories, but please let me sleep. So in comes Tony. I said, I can do it. I'll do it. In comes Tony, and I know he's Tony because he's got this huge entourage around him. People with notepads and drinking water and all this kind of stuff, and someone sets a chair for him. Opposite my display, which is some illustrations I've done. I've got a dragon drawn on my smock. I'm ready to go.
I love the word schmuck, by the way.
Yeah,
It's the
I was
most
like, here
fun
we
word
go.
in the most fun word
I think
in the
more
world to
smocks should be
say.
happening because they just are wonderful to illustrate. But anyway, so
Sorry
Tony
about
sat
that,
down.
everybody.
Tony sat down, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I said, "Are you Tony Baxter?" And he said, "Yes." And he said, "Are you Terri Hardin?" I said, "Yes." And I took the position of a runner positioning himself on sprinting blocks.
Mm-hmm.
Right before Tony, I crouched down and I looked up at him and I said, "Say go." And he said, "What?" And I said, "Say go." So he says, he looks at everybody looks at him, and he says, "Go." And I said, "Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to talk to you about the dragon, and I only have 20 minutes. So in 20 minutes, I'm going to talk to you about the dragon. The dragon is a moving audio animatronic creature. We are not Magic Mountain. We are not Universal. We are Disney, and Disney animates characters. Am I right? Am I right? Of course I'm right. So now what I'm going to tell you is how this dragon is going to be animated. I've thought of the entire thing. I'm going to tell you how the cave's going to be. I'm going to tell you how the dragon is going to be and why I think it's going to be this way." And I kept going, and Tony said, "Stop." And I said, "Baxter, you're cramping my time, buddy. You need to let me finish." And everyone around went, and honestly, I did not see them, but I waited for his answer, and he smiled and laughed, thank God. And he said, "If I give you more time, will you slow down?" And I went, "Sure." So I walked him through all the illustrations, and I explained that the paw that twitches while the dragon is sleeping, I got from my dog. That the tail that swishes, showing the mood of the dragon, was my cat. And then every different thing that I had lowered the stone cave so that the dragon's head was lower than people's feet. So when the dragon raises its head, your body goes like this.
Mm-hmm.
So that you get the mass and the huge of this, and that this was the breathing was there. It was cold inside the cave. And so he stood for a couple minutes and he said, "Okay." He said, "We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll animate the dragon." And I went, "Yay." And he said, "On one condition." One condition. And I said, "What?" And he said, "You're designing it."
Mm.
And I went, "Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I got this." In my head, I'm like, "Oh, damn. I have never done an attraction in my life." But I
And
knew
that's
he
why
was.
when we interview you and we pull up all your credentials, it's like, what? Holy moly. You have
I knew dragons. I love dragons.
No, but it's just like everything. You've done
Yeah.
everything. You're so amazing.
Because I love,
A
well,
big
thank you. I
picture
love
behind-
learning.
I
So
know, but
I operate a mean chainsaw.
yeah.
I turn wood. I
But
work
you're
a bullwhip. It's, I say to
That's
people,
it.
I
That's
say,
you.
"Look, if you don't know it, learn it. Learning is fun."
That's you.
So
That's
it's
you.
really fun.
You
But
are a bullwhip of a human being. You've done I
But
I'm gonna
imagine something that's somewhere in the world that you did that's still there. That's the thing. As an artist, I'm like,
Yeah.
I used to say when I'm gone, it will stay forever, but then Splash went away, and
Yes,
I was like,
it will.
maybe not.
It's gonna stay
So,
together. No.
but that's one of my favorite projects of all time. The other one that was fun was working with Dolly Parton, which happened
loved her.
before. That happened before I was an Imagineer because I was starving and I was trying to not take another job before Imagineering because I knew I was going to bail on that job as soon as Imagineering called, and I didn't want to be mean to the job. And that's when Dolly's company called and said, would you like to do the Christmas special? And I grabbed it. I jumped at it because I was like, oh my God, this is perfect. It's 2 weeks. It's during the holidays. Disney doesn't really do anything at Imagineering during the holidays. They're all shopping. So this should work just great. And they gave me I just got an update on my Cheshire Cat pin. I just have to write a woohoo woo.
No,
There.
woohoo.
Yes, woohoo. Yay. Oh, that's exciting. Okay. That's
Aw.
cool. But that's what I'm saying. It was very exciting to be able to collaborate with people, to
Yeah.
sit down. Like Herbie Ryman turned out to be one of my favorite people, but Herbie Ryman kept me from quitting 4 days after I became an Imagineer. I walked into my supervisor and said, I'm done. I don't need this. I don't
Yeah.
know what this place is, but this
I
is too weird. And Herbie got angry at me. He
Everything's a
actually,
mixed bag. And here's what I would say is, when like we all Google you, on these interviews, like all we see is just the wonderful things that you've done. And I think you're right. It's like we're all a mixed bag. I feel like I'm a mixed bag. Even this week, it's like, how many people have I done good for in their lives, and how many people have I hurt? I don't know.
well, and and you don't want to get too. You're just gonna say sometimes someone's gonna be upset.
Yeah.
For example, my cousin needs a place to live, and
Yeah.
I can't provide it.
But I don't think any of
But
us
you
should.
say to yourself, have I done everything for this cousin that I love? And then you say, okay, I have. This is something that there's it's so much more. Like you said, is this person hurt or whatever? Then it turns out that he's going to be just fine. Everything's going to be just fine. And it's not up to you to solve everything.
No.
But in my case, I just want you to know that nothing I have done is unattainable by you. You just have to have the mindset that when the opportunity comes, be open. And then if your little voice says, don't do it, you're going to screw it up, tell that voice to go get a coffee and go through that door, because it would never have been presented to you. One of Bob Gurr's greatest stories is when Walt went to him and said, I need a monorail. And Bob said, well, what's a monorail? And he said, it's going to be like a train, and it's going to be up in the air, and it's going to whoosh across the sky, and you're going to build it. And Bob sat there and said, how do you think we're going to do it? And Walt said, I don't know, but you got this. And he walked away. And Bob said his whole body washed with but he didn't want to disappoint Walt.
No.
So he built it and designed it. And he said that was the thing about Walt that was so compelling, and people who are in charge of many facets of Imagineering and facets of Disney, they know what you can do even if you don't. And so Bob was saying and if I had a nickel for every artist I've met or legend I've met who said he stretched me, I kept saying, oh, I don't know. But I didn't want Walt Disney to see my face saying, I don't think I know how to do this. You just buckled down and figured it out. And Bob said some of the stuff I've created was surprising to me. And I agree. I mean, Dragon's Lair was voted the #1 attraction in France when it opened, and France hated that park. They were drawing obscene pictures of Mickey before the park ever broke ground. They were drawing them all over the signs and stuff because French took back land that was theirs that had been in their families for 200 or 300 years. So they were really not happy with that land being taken back. But when they went and saw the dragon in the castle, they said, that has got to be the most exciting thing we have seen in a long time. And I said, yay, because I just did it so the way I liked it. And I wasn't even allowed to go to Paris to see it built. They wouldn't send a woman over there. So I didn't get to do it, but I said, I'll pick the man then. Let me pick the man that's going to do it. And when I finally got there in 2000, I cried because there were a lot of things that I knew in the sculpture that I knew that were there. Now, the other thing I'll give you advice is when you go to Disneyland and you go to the parks, that go as soon as an Imagineer drops a ride into your park, go see it, because then the parks get a hold of it and they start to eliminate things because it's easier for the park to manage the attraction. So you will see one of the best examples is the Indiana Jones ride when it first opened in Disneyland. And now it's been redone, but it's not been redone to the whole thing that it was. So you at least get to experience it and talk about it before they change it, but they are going to change it. That's what I worried about Rise of the Resistance, is that there's a lot of things in Rise of the Resistance that make it kind of slow. You know what I mean? Like you can't push people faster because there's people walking in the middle and there's things that, so I'm concerned that Disney's going to try and optimize this or eliminate those sections so that they can push people through faster, because that ride is always kind of a bottleneck for people when they go there.
We'll
So-
see. Those are semantic questions, and we have those questions sometimes. And you know what?
I hope not,
Oh,
but
I
I
hope-
have. But
I
have
know.
Seen it.
Sometimes
I
we
have
can-
seen it. So
I
so
know,
you
but
say to yourself, "I hope it doesn't happen,"
But
but
it
just in case
might.
it might, go see it at the beginning.
but that's why these conversations are important. Is to say,
Go do
love.
it.
Go do
Don't
it.
wait.
Go,
Don't
you know,
wait. Go do it.
get the big, but also just the love of the parks and the stories. And I think the biggest way to combat, you know, all those kind of like, well, all those things that we all know that are happening is love in our hearts. I think it's, and what you said, like, here's how I want to end this, if that's okay with everyone. And Venerina, I would love for you to ask a question if there's something
Or
burning
make
on
a
your heart,
comment.
or a comment, or, and I don't
You
want to
can
want
talk.
to end it, but I do have a way that I think would be so beautiful to end this discussion together, because I think this has been nothing but just a pleasant experience and wonderful. And
Well, I'm glad.
and
That's
and
good.
I'm going to go back and I'm going to snapshot and I'm going to listen to them and go like this all through the week, because you've said things that I need to hear. And I know the world needs to hear. And you've said a lot of things where I go, this is the truth. You've said things that I don't want to tell myself or ask myself, but you've said those things. I'm like, oh no, it's those things where I go, oh no, she said the thing
I
that
know.
I was thinking
Oh,
about
none of my show. No.
earlier this week, or somebody else said. I went, she's right. You're right. And I think there's a lot of us, especially creative types, who need to hear your wisdom. And you've given a lot of.
So
you've
here's
given a lot
one
of-
more from my dad, who was my hero and was my champion. Poison isn't effective unless you take it. So don't take it. Don't any negative comment that's on your, we absorb any negative thing that ends up on our feeds,
There you
but
go.
we let that have more weight than the compliments. And so my dad was like, you gotta understand, he was the first black telephone man in Los Angeles, and they told him he would have adversity, but he said poison isn't effective unless you take it. And so I've said to people, just
Beautiful.
put that somewhere so that when somebody starts to spew venom at you, then remember that unless you absorb it yourself, there is no harm until you start to let it infiltrate into your spirit and your soul. And that's the thing that is so very important for all of you, because you are special. And I don't know why human beings take the negative and like live on the negative and don't purge it. I never answer anything negative, excuse me, that happens on my channel, but then my followers just beat that person to a pulp. They go, get off of here.
Yeah.
Hurt
I just
people
don't
hurt
acknowledge it.
people.
Hurt people, hurt
hurt
people.
There's people out there because it's anonymous. They say things just to shake it up, to create chaos. So don't acknowledge that. I
Yeah.
often wonder why the opposing views in politics say the other person's name and give them free advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you do that? Just
So
tell
I-
us what you're going to do to help make the world better. I don't need to know about all of the people you think are a piece of crap. You're giving them false advertising. Stop advertising their name
Uh-huh.
and tell me what you're going to do to help us get better. And I would love to hear that, because I think
That's
across the
it.
board,
That's
they're all-
us. That's us. That's
yeah,
us.
it's just a waste of time to just bring
Uh-huh.
up all of this
No.
negative stuff. So it's there. We know it's there. We're not being Pollyanna and ignoring it.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't feel that
Wonderful.
So one more
just-
pin is the poison apple
Here we go.
with the plaque hanging below it that says poison isn't effective unless you take it.
So be careful.
You know, the
Ooh,
poison apple.
I want that T-shirt actually, because
Yeah.
that's a reminder. I need that. I put it like right beside my bed. I wake up
You could
or
start a
above my
whole
mirror
motivation-
every morning.
A
But
whole
it's-
motivational Disney theme.
And
Wouldn't that be
I'm not
fun?
being
Yeah.
I'm not being like a
Yeah, like those
snapshot
shirts that I
person.
saw on some website that are on their backs and it says "You matter." They read the back and it says "You matter." Remember, you matter, or remember you're special, or don't forget who you are. You're human, or whatever. I
Yeah.
thought that's a genius line of shirts. So
Mhm.
you're right. You could create a shirt.
You could create with
75%.
all you can. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to do the pins, but I'm saying, how cute would that be? A poison apple, with
Yeah.
the dripping poison, and then having your little, what did you
Have
call
the
it, that
swing-
hangs underneath?
It's like a little shingle or
Yeah, a
dongle,
shingle
yeah.
underneath that says poison isn't effective unless you take it.
Some of those are going to get through, and you're really cooking at this late at night. 'Cause
I'm
I
in
know where you're
I'm
looking.
in advertisement. That's why
Look
my
at her.
brain's
Dawn,
open.
Dawn is a bombshell. She
Yeah.
knows
I'm looking
knows
at
how
her
to do these
going,
things. Dawn
Clock's
is.
ticking. All right, so Jeff, you were going to wrap it up. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm
you.
not. I don't think I want to. I think
No, Venerinas wants to hold one thing up and show you something.
Yeah.
Oh, goody,
Yes.
goody.
So have you done the Disneyland key yet?
I haven't.
Okay, so you have to do it before they stop doing it. But basically you get the key, inside of it's a pin, and then as you go throughout the park, or you could just pop the pin out, there's like the different places you have to go. And then you put the key in, you turn it, and then it lights up. But it plays Walt.
All come to this happy place. Welcome.
That's cool.
Disneyland is your land. Here age relives fond memories of the past.
And then if you click on here, it plays music for each.
And does it interact during the shows as well?
Honestly, I'm not sure because I'm a Disney World local.
Uh-huh.
So I paid to get this from someone else.
Oh,
That's-
But it came with the Space Mountain pin.
oh, there you go. Cool.
hmm
Now, so you
That's
paid
cool.
someone else to get that whole set, different ones, or the first pin and the first key?
So every key has a different pin. Well, I think there's like 8 to the set. So I know some people in California that got me the key. I paid them for the key with the pin in it.
Okay, so now
Mhm.
you've got to go get the other pins. Does it
Yes.
mean you have to buy more keys?
Yes, so the keys are $60 each with the
Isn't that-
pin. But then you don't know which pin you're getting. So to buy
It's-
them individual,
It's
they're
so
like-
mean.
I
think this
know,
is
I
so
know.
mean.
Well,
It's like-
Venerina's saying
Yeah,
it's
so
like,
this.
but she will treat you like a rock star if you. She will just.
If you can find the other pins, well, you've got the most coveted one. The D is the one that everyone wants. So you at least got
Yeah, so there's
that.
So all of the pins in this set are D's. This one is Space Mountain. There's what else is there? There's like a honey pot. There's the partners with Walt and Mickey.
Mhm.
And then there's one of just like the key in the D. And the one with the key in the D is $300.
Oh dear God.
Like that's the resale amount, and then the partners one is like 200. So the one I really want's the partners. So I'm just gonna keep paying $60 for these keys and hope that I get lucky and pull the partners one.
Bless your heart.
Although it's
so
probably cheaper just to buy or
No, I just think
300
it's, I think
figure
it's,
out how many
it's
keys I'm
funny
gonna.
because you don't know what it is. And I think,
Yeah, that's the excitement.
it's rude, but I bet you have, well, I don't know, maybe the pin traders don't trade those because they're such a high commodity, they can sell them. But this is what breaks
Yeah.
your heart. This is what makes you say you're a pin person, you'd like to have the set, and this is what they're doing is holding you over a barrel and milking you for your hard-earned cash to maybe get these pins, which just kills me. So I have
Yeah.
to make a key where you get them all and you pay $60 and you get them all. For goodness sake, it's
Yeah.
ridiculous. But it's frustrating to me. I thought that I was
Mhm.
at a Disneyland last year and they had the key without anything in it. They were
Mhm.
selling that for $60 and it had no pins
Yeah.
in it because
That's
it
so
was one
crazy.
of their discard keys as they were trying to get
Mhm.
the other pins. And I was like, this is
Yeah.
not cool. This is mean.
Yeah.
This feels mean.
But I think
The,
Venerina's heart
the
was.
people I get.
Oh, go ahead,
Go ahead,
Venerina.
Venerina.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say,
No,
the
you
people
go
that I get the
first.
keys from, they
Uh-huh.
have so many, and they do their own collection. So what they do is they donate the extra keys to like different charities with kids, so that way the kids could like play and interact with like the music and stuff.
Yeah.
And then sometimes they'll like pixie dust them around Disneyland.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great thing to do with the spare keys, since you're gonna
Yeah.
buy a key for every pin and
Mhm.
maybe some more. At least
Yeah.
you're giving them so that they light up and they do nice things like that. But
Mhm.
it definitely won't have the pin inside when they donate it to the kids.
No.
So that's
Keep those.
or you're hooking them onto another. Oh man. Oh
The next
no,
generation of
no.
pin
What the
traders.
heck?
No,
Whose
I know.
idea was this?
Well, but
Goodness.
here's the thing: Venerina has just a beautiful heart, and her. I was listening to her question, and I know Venerina, and it comes out of just the most intimate and really cute, sweet places,
Yeah.
and of help and I don't know. I love. Maybe I'm not very good at tracking all the questions, but I could tell the heart of the questions. And I
Well,
think.
Venerina, I think what they should do, okay, people are
Mhm.
buying $60 keys to get a pin they might need, but they should
Mhm.
also have events, which I know people would line up like crazy, like that Figment popcorn bucket,
Mm-hmm.
where they say, okay, you guys have really invested in these keys. So we're inviting you on this day. We have so many pins of the partners, D
Mhm.
partner. If you can get in and get a voucher for it, you can get one. Now, yes, this is going to be rough for collectors. They're going to run down like they did with that
Mm-hmm.
that Figment character, but at least you wouldn't have to buy a whole key just to find out that you didn't. So I think it should be waves of that. There was a thing at Disneyland where you collected pins that were in boxes, and then at one point they said, "Today we're going to have the snake pin or whatever it was
Mhm.
available, and we have 2,000, or we have 1,000 or whatever it was," and people came from the woodwork to go get it. So I
Yeah.
think if they would just do that for you guys who have really invested,
Mm.
it doesn't mean that you're going to go. I don't know if they would do it for everyone and you're going to try for everyone, but then if you have to go buy one, you won't feel quite so bad that you got to
Mhm.
shell
Yeah.
out this
So
big money
every
for.
Tuesday, yeah, every Tuesday they have pin drop Tuesdays where they there's like a catalog of what's coming out for the month, and then they're like limited edition of 3,000. But those usually there's pin people there like at 6 a.m. before the park even opens, waiting in line. I'm not doing that. Like
Wow,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but
that's
I'll pay the
intense.
reseller. I'm not standing there
That's
forever.
Yeah.
intense.
Well, that's the frustrating thing is these resellers come and then sometimes they don't put a limit, which is what they
Hmm.
should do. They
Yeah.
should always limit that. And then
Hmm.
also, uh, having a collectible pen of 3,000 is one thing. Having the D that you've been trying to get for the past, you know what I mean? If they
Yeah.
had that, you might get up at 6,
Yeah, that I
because
will.
it's something that you're trying to close a collection on. And I just feel they
Hmm.
should give you an alternate, opportunity to do it. The first people who do this, I don't know.
That
But
makes
that's
sense.
just my thought for making it. They don't have to, make it all easy for everyone if you want to have people. But I kept thinking they've got all these keys, and it's great to think about these keys as going to certain people and giving them to people. But man, I was like, good grief, you know.
And then like so the Disneyland have the like the cursive D and the
Yeah.
Disney World we're stuck with like a box D. I don't like that one as much. I know people collect
Oh,
those Ds, but the value on those, like you would get them for like $2. Like people are trying to get rid of those. But then of course
oh,
I
that's
like the fancy
interesting.
ones. So I have to
So you're like everyone, you're like them, they want the actual D. They don't want a boxy D. They want the official
yeah,
D.
they
And you
want
can't blame
land.
them.
So it makes them
Um,
like more valuable and of
yeah.
course Disney has their limits of how many they make.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Disneyland people are very specific about stuff. Their stuff has to be on model or they won't. Like when Walt Disney World is always saying we're the hub, and I say you're delusional because you cannot be a hub for Walt Disney World and be in Disneyland, and you cannot be a hub for Disneyland if you are Walt Disney World because you need to understand both when you're creating products for these. They're two very distinct, different groups. If you put a Walt Disney World ride vehicle in Disneyland, it will be a Company D soon. They will not touch it. They will not touch it unless they, for some reason, thought they'd never get to Walt Disney World where they could buy their monorail. They might pick it up, but most of the time, they're just not interested in stuff that's not of that park. And you continue to say too, Walt Disney World, guys, just stop doing this to yourselves. They'll come there to get what you want, and they'll go to the other. And but it's like we were talking about advertising. You got to know your audience, and Disneyland is really, they are really sticklers about things being on model. If you sway a little bit, it's got to sway in a certain way that appeals to them, or they won't touch it. They won't touch it. The Vinylmations were never as successful here as they were there. So they disappeared. Like, they just said, I don't know what that is. I don't know why that is. Unless artists painted them differently. This seems to be where the Vinylmation craze is going good as you paint it. I did a robot Mickey and it auctioned off at an event. And I was like, okay, if you paint it to be something different, then they like it. But yeah.
Mhm.
So you, so it, so anything else you guys want to say? I know you
Oh,
want to
all
say some
kinds of
stuff,
things.
Jeff.
We could be here for like
I
10
know,
hours.
but I'm
But but
looking at Dawn and she's coming on midnight in like 3 minutes.
I know. Okay.
I'm thinking
So
about you.
no, I'm good. You're in an office. I'm wondering why there's not a huge picture of the dragon that you animated and carved and did all your work
I
on.
should have sculpted that one because
And then
I should have sculpted a little one because the one that was done I hated. But it's not the only thing. I have a show here that I did the storyboard for when I was very young. So that's up there. Behind that is a picture of me as the villain Medea who killed her children, which Lindsay said wasn't good for appropriate for being in the background.
I mean, we
Over
don't
here-
judge around here.
I know,
what's
over
the
here
big
is
blue
my,
thing? Like purplish blue.
this is my mermaid tail.
Oh, that's what I thought it was. I was zooming in
Yes.
on my phone. Okay.
So in 1980, I built a mermaid tail
Oh
and I
my,
swam in it.
no.
This is when you build it, they will come. So
When you
I
build it,
did,
they will swim.
I did 4 commercials with it, and one of them was in Texas.
Ah,
So when I was in Texas, they hired me to be the Houston Symphony Orchestra's mermaid, and I was holding a French horn. This is 80s.
oh
I
my,
was holding a French horn, and I was a mermaid.
oh my,
So I also did some underwater camera work with that mermaid tail. That
oh.
mermaid tail, I was also in that mermaid tail and did the swimming sequences that Disney later rotoscoped and used for Ariel,
Oh,
for the
wow.
animated Ariel. They put me in a fish tank and I swam around as the mermaid.
They did for you because, like, my friend Philo
They had me.
Barnhart,
That's
who like helped. He's
It was Philo's fault.
Oh,
Yeah.
It was Philo.
Yeah,
oh,
because Philo and I have known each other since we were
he.
how old? 17.
Oh, really? He's
Yeah,
okay. He's a friend of mine. Like it
that's
legitimate.
lovely.
I love him. I talk to him. Like Philo, if you're listening, we love you on this podcast. I don't know why he's a good friend. We just became friends. And
That's because Philo is that kind of a guy.
I know.
Yeah,
I hate it.
yeah.
I don't like it. He's
he
too
he
sweet.
he
He's
was
too
one of
kind.
these people that he was doing so well here, and then, like I said, you do well until you're not because
Yeah.
Disney, one day your key card doesn't work.
Yeah.
And this is a corporate thing. This is the way corporations work. So never get fooled. And he was fine, but then he moved away out of California, and he was struggling for a while. And I kept saying, I don't know why you're struggling. All you have to do is a sketch. You can draw anything, sell it, and you have your rent, my
Yeah.
friend. If you can't see selling them for $100 a piece for your $400 rent
Because
doing
the guy
tour,
draws on napkins
he
and
draws
just hands
everywhere.
them away. He draws things and gives them away like a good Samaritan all the time. What a jerk,
Well,
you
and
know?
he there isn't a character he can't draw because he's third
No.
generation Disney.
Yeah.
So there isn't one he can't draw. So I would say sketch something, put something in your building and say a Disney drawing from a Disney animator. He's an amazing animator, one of the
Jeez.
creators of The Little Mermaid, by the way.
Yes, he
And
is.
he and say 10, if your rent is $500, then do them at $50 a piece, just so you could, but he would always say, no, I don't feel like doing that. And then he comes across another guy who's not his friend for ages, who says,
Yeah.
you should be drawing and charging. And he goes, oh, that's a great idea. So sometimes it's got to be heard from somebody else, not you. And
Yeah.
now I understand that he's going to conventions, he's traveling,
He's doing
he
better and
is
well
doing his
and
illustration, but he
and
also has a thing called Social Security, which is also giving him a steady income where he can just do his
thank for
thing.
him.
So as artists, some artists are they just
Yeah.
need that little bit of extra nurturing. And now he's got it from whoever
Yeah.
he's got it. I don't know who's doing it. I knew it was one guy named Charles for a while, and then someone else.
He got a
But the,
truck. He got a
but the
truck and
point
he's a good man.
is
Yeah.
that now he's got some stability in his life,
Yes.
and
And
I,
he can give away his heart and his soul
he can do whatever
and
he wants
Philo, if you're
now.
listening, we love you. I love him so
Yeah,
much. I love
he's a
him.
good guy.
I love him. I love him. I love him. I don't know why he's my friend. I say this all the time. I don't know why he's my friend. And we connected. We have a faith thing together, sort of, and but also an artistic thing together. And I just the first live stream that we had was him, and
Mhm.
I said, Philo, I said, are you okay? This will be our first live stream where
Oh, he
we
was the number one
he
live
was
stream.
number
Oh,
one
that's
on
funny.
the live stream. Yes.
I'm trying to see if I could. No, it's not really the best picture.
Oh,
But
it looks good here.
he painted my plug to my attic. Maleficent's my favorite character. And so he was hurting for a while for finances, and I said, well, I've got things here you can paint. Why don't you pick one and tell me how much it's going to cost? And he's the one who did the Medea that's back there.
Oh,
So he did me my Medea. I wanted it this big, but being an artist, he did it that big. But this one, the plug is what everybody just gets all excited about because it's
yeah.
Maleficent and the Raven looking down into my studio. And he's just,
Cool.
there's just nothing the man can't, there's nothing he can't paint, he can't draw, he can't illustrate. So and I keep saying, if there's nothing wrong with but spreading your art around and
Hmm.
getting paid for it. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that.
Of
And
course not.
and everybody wants a piece of it, and they love you, like you just
Hmm.
said, Jeff. So they love you, and this is their chance to take you home with them.
Yes.
So do a
Yes.
little sketch, $20. and let them have it. You could be doing he's so fast too.
Yeah.
When he's sitting in the chair
Oh,
and
I
he does his
bet.
black and white drawings, he's very fast. The key though, however, is if he starts to get things more involved, please understand he's an artist and he can take a long time. So it's really good to have him do the short little drawings. And I told him he could just,
I
you
know.
know, it's a shame he's not on a cruise like Don Ducky Williams, where Don Ducky Williams was doing that for a long time,
Yeah.
you know, on the cruise ship, and people were just loving it. He would do sketches, he would do presentations, he would do demonstrations, and
Yeah.
it was a perfect fit for him. And I kept saying, Philo, I think that'd be a perfect fit for you, as you get paid to just draw.
Oh, Philo could
And
just
then
do like get like 10 napkins a day and like just do
I'm
the
telling
he
you,
would like, and charge and I've never pulled the trigger on this. I've said, Philo's my friend. I am going to one day. I'm going to say, Philo, I would love to commission you but I know the artist's mind. And I would never just, hey, Philo, can you just never, never, never. It has to be when I'm ready and then he's ready. It has to be a time where we both have this. I'm like, my stepsister loves The Little Mermaid. This would be the biggest, bestest present on a Christmas. But I love Philo and I want to support him just as much as I
yeah,
want to love my
yeah.
sister-in-law, and they have to be equal. But Philo he just gives away too much.
Well, and bless him, it's just easier for him. This is what we're talking about, the
I
mind of an
know.
artist. They have to be able to understand
Yeah, I know.
that if your mind can't wrap around it, this becomes a challenge for others to not, that others will take advantage because they see you're clueless and they're going to jump on it. So this is
Mhm.
why I say,
But that's not
start
Philo. Philo's like
to raise your
it's
prices.
well, but with Philo, it's not that. It's like the guy he's just generous. He's just loving,
He's generous and he doesn't like to charge.
and I don't like that either.
Yeah, he
If
doesn't like it, and you've got, it doesn't matter whether you like it or not, but if it's between you and starving,
I don't
believe
care.
me. And I said to him, I said, you should, and that's why having someone like Charles at the time,
Mhm.
and like I said, I don't know who is he has have representation so that they can do for you what you cannot, and that will help him because Philo doesn't mind that
Mm-mm.
if someone else handles that part,
Yeah.
but he does have a hard time with with doing the other because it makes him uncomfortable, and you know, but if it's between you and eating, you know, so that's why
I know.
now he's got other funds so he
Mhm.
can kind of be a little more free, which is what he would love to do.
Which I'm
You know,
happy for
as
him.
artists we'd all love to be millionaires so we could just give it away to people who
I
deserve
know.
it, but
That's right.
you know,
But
that's in the
but
card for
I know.
some.
Yeah, I do religious things. It's like, you know, on a Sunday morning, I got to eat too, which
Yeah,
I can't do.
it's true.
I know.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
So I understand that fully.
So,
Uh,
my loves, tomorrow I am appearing at Disneyland, so I am going to have to wrap this up.
yes.
I'm
Ooh,
taking,
get a key from Vinarina.
I know. Let me see if I can find that D, that doggy D that you want. We'll have to see. We'll put the guys out and say, many of them are like, okay, I'll learn about it. I always like to learn about something new. So I'm sure they'll walk me through the whole process and say, this
Yes.
is what you got to do. This is how
Okay.
it works.
And
And
next
then,
time you're on here, you don't have to be on here 3 hours like you were today. It
well,
could
this
be
is
one
pretty
hour.
fun.
It could be 20 minutes, whatever you're in the mood
Luckily, I had
for.
rest this morning. I said I needed to have rest this morning
This has been
because
almost 4 hours, I think.
I know
Oh my goodness. I'm so
because Disney,
sweetheart. I'm so
because
sorry.
the Disneyland thing is, I've got a, I don't know if you've met Connie Lane, but she was the 1966 ambassador to Walt at Disneyland, and she's amazing, and she's in the tribe, and she's visiting Disneyland tomorrow. So I'm running over there to have a lunch with her because
Oh,
That's
she's
so
out of Vegas.
cool. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh. Is it going to be
she's
at Club
amazing.
33?
No, we won't go that high because we want to have a small group join us. So,
Mm.
and I've never been a member, but because I'm a good storyteller, they often invite me up to tell stories.
Ah.
Lisa on this podcast said, I'll take you to Club 33. Apparently, I have.
I've been to Club
Connections.
33.
Oh,
connect
I've
you.
never,
I
I don't know what that is. I have no
I
idea.
I
I'm
don't
just,
have the ability to invite anybody, but
I don't
I
even know if I'd
invited.
like it. I don't even know. I just,
I think you would love it. It's a really fun place to be. It's a very neat place to be. I'm impressed with the people up there, and I just go up there and they'll say, "Terry, will you come? We'll get you dinner," and you tell stories, and that's been how I've been able to be. But what's interesting
That's
about
wonderful.
it is that I've often said that you need when you get to a certain point in your life, you decide what's important. So the people of Club 33 have decided popcorn buckets are not what they need. What they want is a Club 33 membership. And
Yeah.
so they invest in it every year. And I've heard it's not like it used to be, but it's still magical up there.
A beautiful community is what I've heard.
It's
It's still
magical up there.
community and it's still,
Yeah.
it's people. Yeah. Yeah.
And we always say, bring money so you can get some of the bling because you can't get it once you leave. So
Yeah.
if people have never been, get some of that bling. That's
Oh.
really great. And if Veterina was going to do it, she gets some Club 33 bling and then she trades it for the pins she wants.
Ooh.
That's a good idea.
Because that is a deal breaker for so many people. They may hold on to their pins, but if they
No.
can get some of that Club 33 bling, they might just give up a few. So
Oh.
that would be my suggestion. You just keep that Club 33 catch there because they've always wanted to go or they've always wanted a piece of that stuff.
And I think
And
it goes back to what we've been talking about. It's about empathy and humility and not
Mhm.
about, gosh, I just keep going back to our early, it's like 12, 4 hours. Okay. But I got to go back to, but it's been nothing but a good conversation. And the good conversation is about humility and about love, and about, not about us as anybody in Disney or people hearing the stories from Disney. It's about, and we're a vault of Disney stories, but we're a vault of Disney stories that are about love, self-sacrifice,
yeah.
and and all, we're not covering things up. I think we're a good story. We like to vault the stories of real life, not just the Pollyanna kind of like, oh, everything's fine, but the real struggles, the real life, but also the real love. And I think you've done nothing but have told us your stories of real love and real, and I
And you
have to
have a
go.
part 1, 2, 3, 4,
I don't know.
5.
No, it's all live.
It's all
That's the
streamed
beauty.
live.
This
This is
is
live.
It's
long
going to be
form.
the longest live. I hope for you all it goes viral.
No, I
Wouldn't that be cool?
no, I think here's what we hope. I hope we have 100,000 more episodes just like this.
I hope so too.
Because
And that'll mean that Dawn will need to get some rest.
yes,
She's
and
going to midnight. She's
you
going to
too.
midnight, and I'm like, this
It's
poor
11,
kid.
12.
I know. I'm looking at it going.
Wait, it's later for Venerina.
It is. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
'cause
right.
she's in
Venerina.
Florida.
Yeah, you're in Florida. So for you, it's getting late too, and you've handled it very well.
She's younger. She can handle it.
She says, "Yeah,
But so have you.
I'm gonna leave that with you right now. Yes, I'm younger, but
Well, I
I
hope
really need a pillow.
I think we're all. I think we're. Here's what I think.
Pillow
We all
haven't fallen asleep
now.
yet.
We all should be very proud of this conversation because
Yes.
no, but put it in the bigger perspective. It's like there's going to be, this is the mission. This is why we do this, is to preserve these stories. And okay, are there empty calories? Of course. There's always going to be some, but the stories that we have heard tonight, I've never heard anywhere before.
That's good.
And I think we all should be proud of just this podcast. And Terry, thank
And
you so much.
congratulations live, because live you know, they could go back and edit those little pearls
Nah,
of
don't
nothingness
want to.
later,
Nah.
and they'll give you the highlights, so you heard it all in its all good today.
And I love that.
So no matter what happens in your vault, they got to hear it today.
This is the vault is just
And
a beautiful,
you guys have been
unperfect,
terrific.
but beautiful, a beautiful, unperfect. I'm unperfect. You know, we're all imperfect, but you know, it's unperfect, but this is just a good conversation and to hear your story. And
Oh, thank you. And Veterina, thank you for making this shift for me, because last
Well-
week would have been hard. And
Mhm.
I'm glad that you shifted it for me, because this just turned out to be a lot easier on me than last week.
Oh, awesome.
So I want to thank you for taking the time to do that. And Barry saying, yeah, this is okay, good, all right, good.
Yeah.
But should you want to
I'm
do
glad.
it again anytime, just let me
yes,
know.
would
And,
you tell me? You tell us when.
yeah,
We'll
okay.
come. And if I've thought about this, there's times where we have other guests on, and I'm like, you know, what would be really fun is to have, you know, like pretend Philo is on. And it's like, you know, who would be a really good person to have on? Terry.
Well, they've
Because
done that to him before.
I know, and he would geek out. It would be so fun.
Anytime and anywhere near where he is, if he can get down to where I am, or I can get up to where he is if I'm in the area.
You don't even
we
have to.
try
You
do
just
that.
you just hop on the podcast.
'Cause
That's
we
the
were,
thing.
yeah, we
Just to say hi.
he
you know.
introduced me to the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So yeah, and we performed it for 2.5 years together. He
Oh,
was,
you guys live a whole other life.
yeah,
I'm
I
like,
was his magenta to he was my riffraff. So you have to ask him about it. He'll start giggling.
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah, we were good, man. We were good.
I
We-
tell
we
you, the
had a
more I
moment.
meet all you all,
Yep.
I just love you more and more. All of this, I'm like,
There's all kinds of things behind the. Now that you know,
I
that
love
you talked
it.
to Philo, he's gonna tell you some things. You'll be like, uh-oh. But
oh,
but I
no,
think
he's
each and every one of you is really special and wonderful.
yeah.
And
You too. Back at you.
I'll hope to see you guys again soon.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
does Dawn or Venerina, would you turn it over? Do you, and Terry, you don't have to be part of this, but sometimes we'll be like, thank you I'm doing every time I do Barry's voice, it's like Marvin the Martian Kermit. Barry does not sound like the way I impersonate Barry. So Barry, if you're watching, I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm like, thank you everyone from sharing the magic, and you're like, that's, to me that's Barry, but that's not how Barry sounds. So if anyone wants to lead us out, if not, I will do it in
You go
Barry's.
ahead, Jeff. You're the pro.
Thank you everyone. Gosh, I thank everybody sharing the magic. Yeah. There were ups, land downs, land ups, land downs. Hold on, and I got a puppet. And this is for no, hello, no bother. And I have to take what you, because you said there's no, hello.
You've got it, Pooh.
I don't know if I
Pooh's got it. And I want to thank you guys, everybody that's out there, for hanging with us and sticking with us. And until next time, just remember that you are cared about, and don't think you're not.
I love that.
And don't take your light away from us until it's time. So,
and as
that's
Barry
it.
would say, keep sharing the magic.
That's it. That's it. That's it. It's
Yeah,
great
I heard.
to see you guys. Yeah.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Thank you.
It's so nice
Okay.
meeting you.
Nice meeting
It's
you
so
all
nice meeting
too.
you.
Hugs, guys. Hugs.
Hugs.
Wait, we didn't say how we can connect with her.
Oh,
yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
TerriHardin.com. Instagram is Terri Hardin Legends. YouTube is Terry TV, or just put in Terri Hardin. And the Patreon page is patreon.com or patreon.com/Terri Hardin. But if you Google it, you can find it, or just look at my website, which
Sounds
is terrihardin.com. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you for
Yeah.
sharing your
Thank
thank you
you.
for
That's
sharing your
fine.
heart. Thank you
Look
for
forward to
sharing your
talking
heart
to
and
you.
sharing
If
your
your
magic.
question wasn't answered, just email me.
Oh, pff,
Okay.
who cares? Nobody cares about that.
They might.
We're just
So,
you
They might.
so, all right, guys. I will see you later. You guys get some rest
yes, ma'am.
and have fun. I
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank
this. It's a good
Have
one.
fun
we
tomorrow
thank
at
All right.
Disneyland.
Thank you, my love.
Yes, have
Thank you.
fun. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I just went to Terri Hardin Legends and I don't see it.